Hey ya folks, how's it going guys? A little bit of a chaotic start to today. It is what it is. This week's been very bizarre for me. I'm working on a bunch of stuff, and then I got a flat tire on my car, so I had to go get that picked up today. And I was fine, it's not that big of a deal, but it was just a little bit of an added complication to all of the other stuff that I've got going on. So that's where I was, and that's why we're a few minutes behind. But we got our boys here. We got Piston, and we got a Rogue AI. Wood Elves versus Khorne showdown here. Let me just double check what the map is so that we can be all set to go. And I will ready up, and then I'm gonna run and go grab my water while we're waiting for them to finish building their army. So, BRB. One sec, guys. Alright. I'm back, guys. We got the good stuff going. And perfect timing, too. They're going to be kicking it off here. Khorne and Wood Elves is a pretty interesting matchup. There's a lot of back and forth in this one. It seems like every time Khorne players kind of get a handle on this, you know, Wood Elf players find a way to kind of innovate on some of their kite-heavy builds. Put you on the back foot again. You do have a lot of really good options here with your mobility as Khorne. Wood Elves functionally can't engage Khorne in melee combat. At least not easily. Typically, if they're going to be going melee focused, and then they're probably going to be backing that up with Shield of Thorns and a lot of healing, because that does tend to accrue some pretty good value. just being able to damage you passively as Khorne is doing its absolute best to just pummel the hell out of you. We'll be seeing what the answers are here. It looks like it's going to be a huge Waywatcher core, which is a really strong play, especially into the characters of Khorne. I really think, like, outside of Valkia, there really isn't a Khorne Lord that can withstand the Waywatcher missile play. If you get a really good Prey of Anathrema off here as the Wood Elves, you will absolutely annihilate Skulltaker or the poor Soul Grinder. We have a Soul Grinder here from Piston. I do really like this thing. It is an incredibly strong single entity, in my opinion, in some matchups. I don't know about playing into the Wood Elves with it, though. That is what we're going to have to keep an eye on here. It's definitely a little bit vulnerable as a fairly large model to accurate archer play, especially AP missiles like the Waywatchers here. They don't have magic damage, but nonetheless, they will just throw down vicious volumes of fire that can absolutely massacre you if you're not careful. We do have a warrior wall. The warriors are probably your best bet for just buffering back the Deepwood Scouts and the Waywatchers here. Waywatchers obviously can throw down some pretty good volume of AP missile fire to get through the armor, but the shields are still going to be a bit of an issue. The 55% block chance will require a sustained volume of fire that might make it a little bit difficult, even for 3 Waywatchers, to get through all 4 of these guys, but those Chaos Warriors are basically just going to be arrow catchers all game. There's not going to be a whole lot else that they can really do here, because if you push them too far forward, the Waywatchers are just going to surround them and shoot them to pieces, and fighting Eternal Guard with your Chaos Warriors, it takes a good long while to get through the Eternal Guard. You do have an advantage in the melee attack over the melee defense, but it's not that substantial, and the Eternal Guard do have AP attack, so they can still throw out a little bit of damage against your Chaos Warriors. Furies are the first summon out for Piston. Pretty good call, very strong. Skirmish units that can really throw down the Hatred whenever they make it into melee contact, and it looks like the Soul Grinder is going to be trying to hide behind the pillar, maybe? Although it looks like Glade Lord is just waiting in the wings, and we're going to see if the Waywatchers can hit this guy. Do get a pretty effective volley off. Does actually get behind the pillar, though. This is not great for the Wood Elves. They're going to have to spend the time while this Prey of Anathrema is going off, repositioning, and look at the firepower from the Soul Grinder, actually doing pretty good damage with the shotgun cannon against this Waywatcher unit here. Huge volleys crashing down on these guys and wearing them out pretty good, but the Soul Grinder is 100% dead here. It has just been filled with withering volleys that it just is not going to be able to withstand. Fleshhounds are in contact with the Swiftshiver Shards here, but not actually attacking them currently, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus coming in from the flank are going to do a great job of brutalizing this poor little doggy unit once they make it in with their vicious charge bonus of 68. As the Fleshhounds immediately start to fold up, we get a beautiful smoke bomb from the Hawkeyes of Drakira as they're retreating. These guys do have a little speed debuff that does a very good job of keeping, you know, quicker opponents at bay. You can see the debuff is pretty significant. It's 60% of your speed, so it's effectively straight up net, and it just looks like Piston is completely on the back foot here. The Chaos Warriors should have been the first thing sent forward. If you see your opponent's deployed army on the field and they've got 4 visible units, which is basically what the Wood Elf army was, right? I mean, you had the Spellsinger that was visible and the 2 Eternal Guards. You've got to know that there's a bunch of Deepwood Scouts and or Waywatchers available. Pushing forward the big single entities early as a result is not really what you want to be doing. The Chaos Warriors need to just be sent up and need to play very patiently as they make their way into combat. Skulltaker looking very lonely out here in the open field. He's trying to pull back to the safety of his lines now, but it looks like, yeah, Piston's just going to be tapping out here. This is a really rough first game for him. But here, I mean, that's kind of proof of the pudding of what I was saying. The Wood Elves and Khorne matchup just tends to be incredibly quick and vicious. Usually whichever side gets a good early set of engagements is the one that's going to be walking away with this. If Khorne can compromise the Wood Elves' missile line early, then usually the quality of the infantry and the mobility is going to be a little too much for the Wood Elves to handle. And then vice versa, if the mobility for Khorne or their big, powerful units like the Soul Grinder get taken out by the missile play, then Khorne is just too slow with their infantry to actually be able to maneuver around effectively and stop the Wood Elves from just capping all of the points except wherever the infantry is at. So, absolutely dominant win here from AI. Fun and interactive matchup. It's a good matchup. It is. Khorne has to play very carefully, but it's 100% winnable for them. You have to watch out for those damn nets, dude. The Prey of Anathema is such a good item. Or ability, I guess. It's not really an item. It's just it's a strong snare, and all you need is one volley from all those Way Watchers to kill what you're shooting at, right? It doesn't really matter what is in the line of sight of your Way Watchers when you've got 3 of them, plus Swift Shiver Shards. The ability also lowers missile resistance, which is another reason why it's just oftentimes end up being a win button. If you're a good Wood Elf player, and you can land a couple of these at decisive moments in a game, it's very hard to manage the Wood Elves as a faction. Just talking with Piston here. Alright, well, I mean, we've got some time, probably. That was a very quick game 1. In the meantime, give me a sec, guys. Let me make sure everybody knows where they can come and find some of the replays that we've got going today. What do we have time for after a quick round 1 like that? What replays do I have here? I've got a few actually. This is from the Twist tournament the other day. I'm pretty sure we've seen all these though. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what have we not watched? Oh, I don't think we actually watched this one. Hopefully this replay is not completely borked after the update. Patches do tend to ruin replays on occasion, but it was mostly a campaign-focused patch, which gives me some hope that this will still be viewable. But we're going to see. We've got one of the best players in the community, Sipa, here, rocking in against Gepard, who's playing Cetra. There are required units, since this was a fairly unique tournament format that this is from. You have to take your legendary lord for both sides. Obviously, Malekith was Sipa's required lord. And then I believe it was the Cold One Chariots or Blackguard of Nagaron were the 2 unit requirements. It was an either-or for them. And it looks like the Cold One Chariots are going to be the pick for the Tomb Kings matchup here, which I think is a good call. They're very good at clearing out chaff and or stronger infantry as well, since they have pretty good mass and they've got the AP. They're a little slow is the only problem. It's a similar issue that Gorby's Chariots have, where oftentimes they are just a little bit too slow to really maneuver around aggressively the way you need Chariots to right now. I think you could probably give these guys a little bit more melee defense, and it would actually help them out a little bit, but that's neither here nor there for the time being. You've just got Malekith rocking in. He's on the Dragon. He's got Breath Attacks and Soul Stealer. Don't really need anything else. Super cost-effective kit, and he will just carry this game given time. Oh, and Cetra, the Chariot of the Gods, I think was the requirement, as well as maybe the Skeleton Archer Chariots here. Now, the Skeleton Archer Chariots, actually a very strong unit for the Tomb Kings. Not good in every matchup, but I do actually think that into the Dark Elves, they can do some pretty good work, because they're functionally the exact same as the melee chariots. Really no difference between the 2 units, except obviously the horse archer chariots get the missile attack here, and it does a lot of damage. Actually, there's not that many archers on these things. You know, just the one guy firing the bow. But there's 12 models, and the damage that is thrown down from this can easily pick off models of Dark Riders. Even Cold One Knights can take quite a bit of poke from these things. And they've been used pretty well by Gepard so far, staying evasive and getting out of the way of the Reaper Bolt Thrower fire, but finally a few shots making contact, and one model does go down. While up here in the top section of the battlefield, Cold One Chariots with their missile attacks, not doing a whole lot of damage, but still getting a little bit of work done, while Cetra just bullies these poor Witch Elves. Witch Elves do get up into some, looks like Skeleton Warriors, just Skeleton Spears here, and rip the unit apart, but not super cost-effective value from them, since they are being collapsed on by one of the stronger chariot mount options in the game. The only reason you don't see the Chariot of the Gods too often is because the Kemrian War Sphinx mount for Cetra tends to be a little bit better, because he gets more HP, he's about the same speed, a little bit slower, but it's not that big of a deal. He also gets like 2,500 more mass on the War Sphinx as opposed to this Chariot. On the Chariot, it's a little bit easier for him to get caught and locked in place by stuff like cavalry. That can be a little bit of a problem for him. Bleak Sword's getting run over on the middle objective. You got all these skeletons just moving up onto the point with the Chariot play. Gepard is actually keeping pretty even pace with Sipa right now. Sipa is trickling forward the Reaper Bolt Throwers. Oh, looking to shoot Cetra, not on guard mode, so Cetra is actually moved out of the way, and it's pulled the Reaper Bolt Throwers out of position a little bit. They're danger close to a decent amount of infantry and the Skeleton Archer Chariots, which could get after these crews and shut them down fairly quickly. There's only a couple of Cold Wind Chariots and the Dark Riders here to defend this. It is a decently sized blocking force, but can you keep it all shut down is the question while maintaining your aggression in the backfield here. Witch Elves are going crazy right now, just continuing to hound after the Eyes of the Desert. With Malekith supporting, they're actually managing to find an isolation against this unit and keep them shut down. Absolutely no help for the very important Sepulchral Stalker summon of Gepard. I mean, the Eyes of the Desert are strong, but they're much more reliant on their missile strength than they are any kind of melee value. In melee combat, they tend to lose out even against large targets, even though they do have a bonus versus large. They just don't have very great stats overall. They tend to fall behind pretty badly. It's the laser eyes where they get the real value, and they have just gotten absolutely swatted this game. The Dark Elves just leaving these guys to crumble since they're at such a low amount of HP. It's not really any point continuing to attack them. They're just going to crumble out here because their leadership is not going to rally. It's only got a base value of 60, which is a little too low for these very beleaguered states. In the backfield for Gepard, we do get a shutdown of the Bolt Thrower crews. You've got one here that's been completely handled. The other one is just walking around. Danger close to all of the melee fights. I presume that this replay is not busted, but it could be. It does seem like it's functioning the way it's supposed to. Sipa is a very aggressive player, I've noticed, and is very good at managing backline dives. Actually won this tournament with an absolutely brutal shutdown of an Empire artillery line playing on... I can't remember what the name of the map is, but it was a fairly favorable map for the Empire, but Sipa's aggression into the backline just completely rolled over his opponent, and kind of the same thing here. Gepard has secured the backline somewhat. All of the Witch Elves and the Cold One Knights and the Dark Riders have been pushed off, but the damage that they've done has been pretty vile. There really isn't a whole lot left in the front line for the Tomb Kings. You can see there's some Tomb Guard and a few Skeleton Spears, but they've been left to their own devices for way too long, and the Chariots are just running roughshod over the remaining infantry. And the Crows of Cain are actually out here doing a little bit of damage too, which is impressive to see. Malekith with 1800 value. Very, 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 very healthy. I mean, basically full health. He's dropped a Soul Stealer, I know. It did hit Cetra and did some pretty good chunking damage to him. Necropolis Knights kind of waiting in the wings here. Very strong unit. Could be the answer to Malekith, given time to grind into him. That is going to be a pretty tall task with Cold One Knights making their way out on the field. And a nice breath attack could have been a little bit more well-timed, but just throwing it down, expecting them to be a little bit more stationary, perhaps. They mostly dodged it, but it does take about 200 or 300 HP off of them, and it will give the Cold One Knights a little bit of an opportunity to get in here and value trade into these guys with the Witch Elf support. Cold Wind Chariots finishing off the Tomb Guard. Dark Riders rallying, going to be charging down the units here. Oh, man, it's just so rough. The Tomb Kings, if they fall behind, tend to lose really badly just because their infantry are so bad. They have no cap weight. They very rarely uptrade. You can actually see that these two Skeleton Spears have been able to do so, but it's a very negligible amount. Gepard is going to need some heroic performances here that I just don't see coming, especially with Cetra going down over here, or almost going down here. I didn't realize that he was alive. He is actually pulled out, and he's making his way back in now. He just keeps getting pummeled every time he's engaging. He was at half health the last time we saw him, and now Malekith is just all over him on this big, combat-oriented dragon. The duels are just not going to swing for Cetra. When you're talking about one of the strongest factions in the game with dragon characters in general. Almost every single one of the dragon lords for the Dark Elves are semi-competitive, I would say. Even somebody like Lokir, who doesn't have magic, or Rakarth have a time and place. But typically you'll just see Malekith or the Supreme Sorceress with the dark magic, because these are such sustainable units because of Soul Stealer. Mally has been riding around all game, getting into tons of scraps, and just continues to hammer Cetra or Blobs with that spell. Heals himself up, does some damage, and allows him to continue getting away with running roughshod over all of the opponents that Seepa ran into this tournament. The Malekith play was so clean, man. I mean, 3,000 on the bad boy here. Cetra crumbles out. Looks like he just wasn't having it anymore. He politely concedes. And Cold One Chariots and Cold One Knights are looking to get after the Chosen of the Gods, just screaming across the field, looking to face check these guys as best as they can. Skeleton Spearmen coming out to muddy up the works a little bit. They need to get braced. If they're not braced, then the Cold One Knights will push right through them. The charge bonus on Cold One Knights is ridiculous, and they take half the HP off of these poor Spearmen. They do kind of muddy up the works here. They're kind of saturated in with the Chosen of the Gods now. Just kind of where you want your Spearmen to begin with. Gepard put up a pretty good fight here, but there's definitely a few things that could be ironed out, I would say. But the Dark Elves are a really tough faction to play into, and like I said, Seepa is just so strong. Ah, it's such a cool... I love this. That's a screenshot right there. This ugly little blocker wasn't in the way, but... Animations looking as gorgeous as always, man. It's the Cetra Chariot play is from Twist's tournament. The Legendary Lords Tourney. It's super cool. Y'all should check it out. There's one going on tomorrow. I'm very, very, very excited to be playing into it tomorrow. Too early in the morning, no breakfast, tilted right off the bat. Nah, don't worry about it, Piston. It happens, man. You'll be okay. Rally through it, brother. I was struggling in my tournament games the other day. I was fairly frustrated with how some of my matches ended up going. Just talking with Melkor for a minute. Melkor and I are going to be playing in the first round of the Faction War tournament, which is going to be really fun. I'm pretty sure they're on Empire. I'm very excited to play that matchup. It's one that I have quite a bit of familiarity with on Khorne. So we'll see how it goes. That is going to be at 3 o'clock, so I don't know if we're going to be able to do all of the new player tournament replays. As a result, we'll just see how I end up doing. I'm going to be fairly flexible today. Got a decent amount of time to stream. If I get knocked out of the Faction War early, then I'll probably just come back over and keep streaming y'all's new player tournament replays. Alright, where are we going? App data, I gotta get all the way down in here. Open up all the forbidden folders, you know. I'm not entirely sure why the files for the replays are hidden away. Because you have to enable all the hidden folders on your desktop so that you can actually open up the file folder that all the replays are kept in. It's a little funky, but at the very least they left it available for people to figure out and fiddle around with. I don't know where we would be without it. Is this all of them? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, GOG, I downloaded good old games again. I've got a few on there that are worth hanging on to. I was actually playing Civ 3 the other night. Because 7 has been such a disappointment. I just got sick and tired and fed up with it. I've gone back to the old standby. Civ 3 was like peak Sid Meier's Civilization to me. It's not a perfect game, but it's just easy to sink like a few hours into every night and keep like a good long game going. Brett's versus Greenskins. I'll get around to that one if I have time. We're gonna get into the other new player replays that people are dropping now. If I have time, I'll work my way back around to the Brett's versus Greenskins game, because this does look really damn cool. We got Sharky and Moonlander playing in this one, and it is a pretty cool army here. It's got Azag, we've got Alberic on Moonlander's side of things, with a lot of cavalry, obviously, but Mangler Squigs for Azag. It's really cool, man. I'm very tempted to get into that, but we're gonna actually see some Ogre Kingdoms here. Okay. That's a cool Ogre Kingdoms army. We'll see how this works out. I don't really like Ogre Paymasters, personally. If you want a combat character, then you should bring Golg. If you want a lord that's going to provide buffs, then honestly, don't waste your time with either of them. Greasus is still kind of bad. And the Paymasters, Gold Cascade, or whatever it's called, Cash Cascade, it's okay. It lasts about 30 seconds. It's got some good range on it. It's on a pretty long cooldown, though. And this guy just does not hold up very well with the mediocre stats, like, all the way around, is really just how I would put it. He's got a decent HP pool, armor's a little low, leadership is fine at 80, it's pretty high, actually. Speed is average for an ogre, and then the melee attack and the melee defense are just not really there. 50 is a good amount of melee defense, but the melee attack at 45 gets debuffed really badly as he gets exhausted. Doesn't have any way to replenish his own vigor. If he's just relying on his buffs so that he can actually get fights, he doesn't really buff himself up enough to still be able to do damage. The weapon strength is good too. There's just a lot about this guy that works on paper, but then in actual games does not actually pay off very well. With the kit he's got, he's about the same as Golg when he's very pared down. And Golg is just always better. Golg has more melee attack, he's got better melee defense, I think he's got more weapon strength, he's got a ton more armor. Golg is very heavily armored for an ogre. Butcher is coming in from behind, just doing his thing. You can see him waddling forward on his little peg leg with his big ol' hammer. I love the way that the hammers look for the Ogre Kingdoms. They're just like clearly a giant meat tenderizer with an extra spike on the back, you know. Sometimes you gotta put a bigger hole in it.
Keep it from the foe.
Hunter is actually on the Stonehorn Mount. I was wondering where the rest of the army was. I was like, how do you have a Hunter and the scrap launchers and everything, but still don't have a billion Noblars. Well, it's because he's actually on the mount. The mount is really expensive for these guys. I don't think it's a bad idea, though. Greenskins tend to go pretty infantry heavy no matter what the matchup is. I don't really think that's the way to do it against the Ogre Kingdoms, but to each his own. The Thunder Tusk and the Hunter will both have a pretty uproarious time just dunking on all of these static infantry positions. There's really not a whole lot to threaten the Thunder Tusks right now. You do have archers on the field, you got the Morgrom's Mangy Marauders, but it's going to take them a long time to get through the 10,000 HP that the Stonehorns and the Thunder Tusk have. The two big single entities looking to do a little bit of a do-si-do here on the middle point. They're just kind of twirling around, looking to get set up. Thunder Tusk does need to drop a few more shots from its... I don't know exactly what it's shooting out. Just like a giant snowball, basically. It's very devastating against infantry. These guys still have both of the howdahs on top. I think they're a little less cracked, though. If I'm not mistaken, they fire a lot slower and do a little bit less damage. So Thunder Tusks are still a really strong unit, but, you know, I think they're in a little bit more of a reasonable state, especially if they're limited to just one in terms of availability. Noblar's actually catching out the Goblin Wolf Riders here, a little bit scattered on the charge. Looks like they were trying to fight the scrap launchers here. And then the Crushers came out and maybe scared them away, but then they ran into the Noblars, and they end up getting absolutely slaughtered here. You can see how big these guys are. God, such a cool unit. I'm not really a huge fan of the Crushers, just because they are so much more expensive than the Mournfang Great Weapons, who tend to be a little bit more cost-effective, in my experience. But nonetheless, they do have more armor. They've got 120, and the Greenskins do tend to throw out a lot of non-AP anti-large in their infantry options, with all of the spears from, like, goblins and then orc boys, but also Savage Orc Biggins and stuff like that. Now, the Boar Boy Biggins are going to be a really good answer to the Crushers. Crushers, if they get the charge off against the Biggins, tend to very quickly outvalue the Orc Boys, just because the weapon strength differential is so skewed in the Ogre Kingdom's favor. You can see, even in a pretty favorable charging circumstance, the Boar Boy Biggins really are kind of bouncing off the Crushers right now. The damage really not adding up here very favorably for the Greenskins right now. Mr. Box is kind of forced out of position here, with Suga continuing to maneuver around and keep the flanks very well secured. Now, some Goblins are rallying on the point. The Noblars could come in, and I think at full health, the Noblars should be able to beat that Gobbo. You see more Boar Boys coming out, looking to get the collapse on the Crushers here, who are trying to pull back. Being a little slow about it, definitely not ideal for them. But Mr. Box does have a little bit of a value lead here. Suga, though, is just going to continue to drop Troll Guts on this Thunder Tusk, which I think is where most of the value for Mr. Box is concentrated. And these heals for the Ogre Kingdoms are just so wild. I mean, it's an expensive spell, Troll Guts, but just a couple casts on that will very quickly get something like a 10,000 HP unit up to about its healing cap. And you can see here that it's got a little bit more room, up to 6,400, and it'd still be very functional. It's got a lot of ammo left. So what I would do with the Thunder Tusk is just try and keep it out of range of all the archers, and use it and the scrap launchers to just continue to wear out all of the numbers here. Crushers overextend a bit. Definitely didn't need to move so far forward. It's a good bait with the Boar Boys here. Throwing them forward and then pulling them back through the lines. Orc Boys and Savage Orc Biggins with the Rusty Errors assisting, actually able to get a leadership break on the Crushers now, who are going to be chased down by the Biggins here. You can see them collapsing in from behind. Losing this Crusher unit right now is devastating. This is one of the reasons why I'm always a little bit worried about bringing them, is because their leadership at 70 is better than a Mournfang Cav, but is only 70. And they're, what, 1,900 gold, I'm pretty sure, as opposed to 1,350. It's just really unfortunate, and they are dropping models as they're retreating. Even if you do save them now, they've only got 4 dudes left in the actual unit. So the heal value from Troll Guts or Meat Feast is very limited at the moment. Some Ogre Bulls moving up, Pigback Knights waiting in the wings. We've got some good harass on the edge with these Saber Tusk packs. Taking down a couple of Goblin Spears. They do get rampaged in the middle of all of this, though, but luckily they haven't charged into the Orc Boy Spears yet. Right as the Feral Rage is wearing off, now they're going to be pulling back and staying away from these guys, hopefully. Suga is doing a lot right. The single entity play has been excellent. It's been very clean so far, but I, again, really want to see this Thunder Tusk get busy on retreating. It's continuing to fall behind on the HP front. Very tattered and beleaguered. But committing it here actually does yield a very positive result with a number of terror routes going down. All these goblins fearing for their lives and running like mad, hell-bent on escaping the fury of these giant, freakishly hideous-looking woolly mammoth-type creatures. Cash Cascade helping out a little bit with the damage output. The Ogre Paymaster doing a pretty good job of wearing out the Goblin Great Shaman. Losing the Thunder Tusk is going to be a bit of an issue, though. It has done a pretty decent job of accruing value, but there is quite a bit left on the table in terms of its ammunition. Only 5 of its little snowball shots have gone down. That Doom Diver continuing to wear on the Thunder Tusk. How much value does this thing have? 1,100 on the Doom Diver is pretty damn good. A Giant coming out on the field. You might not think Giants into Ogre Kingdoms would be very good, but I actually think they're an incredibly powerful unit in this matchup. They've got amazing leadership at 100. Functionally unbreakable. They've got really strong melee attack. With the Wah, obviously it goes up into the 80s. But even once these Giants get tired, they still tend to hammer pretty effectively. Just because their melee attack drops down to about the mid-40s, they've still got 700 weapon strength. And this is where they can do really good damage, man. The Ogre Bulls can't really safely engage around Giants, because Giants can actually kill Ogre models with each swing because of how strong it is. So you can see the Bulls are trying to pull back. Orc Boy Spears are just desperately trying to hang on to the point, but not quite able to. Ogre Kingdom's doing a really good job of securing the points, and the Ogre Bulls starting to trickle out onto the field, and you did kill the Thunder Tusk, but the Hunter is very healthy still, and the Nobbler Scrap Launchers continuing to fire in here and do some pretty effective damage. Value on them is leaving a little bit to be desired. Definitely need to get them away from the Savage Orc Biggins. Biggins can definitely rip apart a Nobbler Scrap Launcher. These things are very weak in melee combat because of the 19 melee defense. The melee attack with Gold Glorious Gold, though, is actually kind of nice. And it looks like the Stonehorn terror routes have been devastating for this front line. It's a razor-close game in terms of the value. I would say the Ogre Kingdoms are a little bit ahead because of all the Troll Guts healing. But it's really not that far ahead. Greenskins still have a pretty good chance of getting back in this game. They've got a fairly decent quality army on the field. They'll get a nice rebate with the Doom Diver being unsummoned, and then they can probably bring up another Boarboy Biggin, which would be pretty nice here. But Crusher coming up. Maneater Ogre Pistols, obviously going to be an exceptionally strong unit for poking away at the flanks of any fights. strong in melee as well as at range, gives this unit a lot of flexibility. They're a little weaker in melee than they are at range, but nonetheless, they hold on pretty well with ITP and the 42 melee defense. Have to bring in a couple of big heavy hitters usually to wear these guys out. Get another beautiful cash cascade here, but there's not a lot of benefit to using it here. The Crushers are getting it, and it is bumping them up to 96 melee attack when you're factoring in also the Massacre that they were getting. And the weapon strength is so juicy on these guys. Oh, and a Troll gets going down on the Crushers too, continuing to throw down heals and support for these big monstrous cavalry. And the Hunter getting another terror out here with the Biggins starting to fall apart on the leadership. One of them is going to be routing out of here. Savage Orc Biggins, though, doing a very good job of holding the line right now. Continuing to chip away and provide a little bit of value. They just haven't done super well this game. Although the Orc Boarboy Biggins, which I thought would have been a lot more effective, have also been fairly weak this game. Here, though, they're getting a little bit more value this time around. Wow, Maneater's deciding to go Tangle with the Giant, which is very risky. Especially since you're fixing yourself onto one entity, and then the Biggins get a great surround here. Just beautiful pressure on the pistols right now. Don't want to pull back, though, with the Giant. I would keep the Giant here on top of those Maneater pistols, because the longer you can keep those guys shut down, the harder it is going to be for the Ogre Kingdoms to form enough of a bulwark to figure out a way to finish this game up. They do need to continue to play the other objectives, at least threaten them. If you don't, then the Greenskins will just send a bunch of crappy like Gobos and outcap your Noblars back here. Or they can just send like one Orc Boy and try and steal it away. Ogre Kingdoms are a little limited on numbers. They've brought a lot of very expensive toys this game. Most of them are paying off here. The Ogre Paymaster has been kept alive very, very well. But again, his value is just not all that impressive. But I have seen really good uses out of the buffs here, though. That is one thing that Suga has done exceptionally well with, and that can probably add about 1,000 value onto this guy. Hunter is finally handled. The Giant helps finish this big boy off. Got 439 kills, 2,400 value. Really nice performance from the character there. Looks like some Ogre Bulls are colliding with the Orc Biggins and getting folded up a little bit. Ogre Bulls just can't stand up in combat against these guys. Oh wow, and both scrap launchers are dead here. I just noticed the collapsed models as the Savage Orcs are going to be rampaging a little bit. You can see these guys with all their cool face paint and all the funky looking like bones that they've got attached to their faces. Such a cool model here. Love the way they look. Orc Boy Spears continuing to fight in the middle objective. Trying to hold on to the cap weight, but looks like the Ogres are getting a little bit of a comeback here in the middle. The Man-Eaters actually able to survive all of the Boar Boys that got up on them. With a little bit of help from the Paymaster, and I believe they also got a Troll Guts there in the middle of that fight. And that's the survivability of these guys, shown plain and true, man. That was a really ugly fight there. They were a little lucky that the Giant walked away to go punch the Hunter in the face. The Hunter actually rallies with 1,300 HP. With a couple of Ogre Bulls out in the open field, Greenskins are pulling more bodies in, but the Ogres get the flip on the number 2 here, and are definitely going to be able to close this game out, I believe. Oh, but a sneaky back cap. Oh my god, dude. There you go. That's the way to do it. Mr. Box has ground back a little bit of a value lead. Is not throwing in the towel. It doesn't look amazing for them. He's still got to get a cap here on the number 2, but that back cap has definitely given him a little bit of an opportunity to work with here. The number 1 needs to be retaken. Ogres have been holding on to that for quite a while now, I feel. And this is really just a good showcase of what mobile Ogre Kingdom's army can do, man. I mean, just the pressure they can put across the entire battlefield with the Ogre Bull cap weight, as well as their missile play, which is really strong, plus the single entities terror routing everything and just helping you pursue your opponent to the ends of the earth. It's been pretty incredible, and the Ogre Paymaster is going to get a Troll Guts here just to keep him alive, and that is going to be a really clutch closeout there from Suga. Amazing Ogre Kingdoms play, a very narrow Ogre Kingdoms build style. Actually working out here. I really like it, man. Usually you just see like a billion Noblars and then either a couple of big single entities or tons and tons of like Ogre Bull dual weapons. It's usually the two most popular play styles. So getting to see something a little bit different and seeing it all pay off is impressive. Civ 5 probably being what I considered their best. Civ 5 is really good. I love it. It's great. It's a little bit of a different vibe from 3. And I don't know. I just played the hell out of 3 when I was like, what, 6 or 7, I think. I didn't even know how to play the game hardly. Coming back to it, you can see all the rough edges, and it's not as refined as Civ 5 is. Civ 5 definitely has like more in-depth mechanics and is a little bit more well-rounded as a game. But Civ 3 is like my all-time like nostalgia choice for favorite in the series. Ogre Kingdoms are, yeah, absolutely. They're 100% perfectly balanced, dude. There's nothing overperforming there at all. Hey, look, there were no lead belchers, though, so we gotta give a little bit of slack to Suga here. Kind of feel like the biggest thing... Yeah, Slaanesh is really bad on the land battle side of things. Because people just box up, and then Slaanesh can't really get into those boxes. You know, domination mode, you can't really do that nearly as much. You kind of can on some of the maps, but it's a little bit harder, and when you have to play the mobility game against Slaanesh is where they get really overwhelming. It would be nice if there were a happy medium for how they play. But, you know, it is what it is. The balance is never going to be perfect in a game that has this many factions. Some are always going to be a little bit higher up on the curve than others. I think right now the balance is as good as it's ever been, and I'm very thankful for that. Outside of the few odds and ends things that I'd like to see changed, I'm fairly well satisfied. Slaanesh's nerfs to Seekers a couple patches ago was pretty instrumental in getting them down from their, like, near 70% win rate that they were hovering around at the time. And that was the biggest issue with them. So they're a lot more balanced. They're still really strong, but, you know, what are you going to do? Scrap launchers were okay. They got these chevrons on them. I don't really like the chevrons for the scrap launchers. I've never really noticed it improving their accuracy. They either hit shots or they don't. Scrap launchers are very inconsistent. I've literally had games where they've gotten close to 2,000 value, and then I've had games like this where they get close to like 800, and it's either or, it seems. You would think that they'd have a pretty good time against such a wide army, but really it was the Stonehorns that were the strong point here, or the Thunder Tusk and the Stonehorn. The Hunter was an absolute monster on that thing. 3,000 value out of him. Somehow was still hanging around at the end of the game. Pigback Knights got good value, and then the pistols were okay too. The Crushers were a weak link, but Suga kept playing those points and just didn't give up or tap out at any point. There were a couple of moments that looked a little grim, but that's the value of mobility, right? Being able to pull your opponent's army apart at stages throughout the middle portions of games can allow you to very quickly drag back the value when you've got terror-causing units, and then follow up on chasing things down. Yeah, exactly. Hey, look, if you wanna play Total War Warhammer with only the Empire, you can go play Napoleon Total War. It's basically what that whole game is. We'll do one more round 1 game, and then we'll do some round 2. That way we don't get burned out on watching Edge of the Darkwood over and over again. I do not have such a... Oh, I do, apparently. Alright, well, there we go. We're replacing that folder, then. So, some round 2 games going here. Let's see what we've got, though. We've got some Dowie versus Greenskins would be pretty fun, but I think we should probably get some, excuse me, some Chaos Dwarves going. Into the Wood Elves. Now, you might think that this is a brutally unfavorable matchup for Wood Elves, and you wouldn't be wrong in some sense of the word, but Wood Elves with their missile play are just incredibly difficult to get a handle on, plus you've got good Lord sniping potential. And Chaos Dowie tend to skew pretty heavily into their Lords in a lot of matchups. Not being able to do so here actually leaves them a little vulnerable to getting dismantled as they go wide with these, like, massive Labor Chaos Dowie Warrior Hobgoblin lines. It can take a lot of time to get through all of that, but the Wood Elves definitely have the tools to be able to punish it. Hawkeyes of Drakira and the Way Watchers are here. The Way Stalker with Arrow of Kurnus is waiting in the wings. And you've got the Sisters of Twilight up on their big old dragon. They've got the Eagle Quiver, which is basically a Arrow of Kurnus. Really not that different overall. It's a little less powerful, which is kind of hilarious. You would think that they'd be the ones with the super sauced up Arrow of Kurnus, but, you know. Conventional wisdom not really holding here. Magma Cannon about to get dunked on by this missile. One of them actually seems to phase through it, and it does leave the Magma Cannon looking a little bit better off than it otherwise would. If both of them had hit, it would have been down to about 3,500, I believe. It does look like it's lost about 700 HP. Maybe it just didn't, I think maybe the armor might have mitigated some of the damage then, would be my guess. Because I think that's probably the case. It's 55% armor piercing, so I think the 70 armor mitigated a decent amount of it that time, and they just really high-rolled it on it. So, the Sisters are just hovering overhead. Oglacon's Wolf Boys throwing down some firepower here, and look at the Hobgoblins poking away at the Sisters here as they just sit a little bit too comfortably over the heart of the Chaos Dwarf formation. They're going to be trying to peel out now. You get the Arrow of Kurnus going down from the Waystalker onto the Magma Cannon, which is down to about half HP. Sisters are just going to continue the pressure here. They do have their Conjoined Destiny. You really don't want to let them get too low here, though, in exchange for the Magma Cannon. It's not a bad idea to try and snipe this thing down early and play aggressively like this, but there you go. Now you're getting a little bit more aggressive micro on the Sisters. They'll stay shooting at this magma cannon, and now that they're actually dodging around, they'll take a lot less poke from all of these arrows that are coming in from all the hobgoblins. Look at the numbers on the skirmish cav and the bowmen that we've got here. You got all 4 units just pouring fire onto the sisters, who have lost about half their HP. In exchange, though, they do have the magma cannon retreating right now, and a good build-up while all of this is going on in the back line. You've got some Wildwood Rangers that have come up. Got 3 of them out on the field now, actually. Way Watchers could be a little bit more aggressive, I suppose. Although now that I'm looking at it, I don't think you do. I think this is a good call from Rogue AI. Keeping these guys in the back for now, and just waiting for more of a fight to develop before they commit themselves. They've got a really good target waddling up now in the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. That's where they'll be able to get some really good damage done. Sisters are very low, very close to having Conjoined Destiny proc. As soon as that goes off, you just need to make sure that they get back and can actually get the heal. It's a pretty juicy one at 25% of their total pool. It's very important to keep them alive during the 30-second cast time on this, though. Magma Cannon does go down, so 1 Magma Cannon's gone, which is massive. You saw the damage that these things throw out against the very lightly armored Wood Elf infantry. I mean, they just got hammered by the 2 shots that have landed. 31 kills, and it's really only gotten 1 clean shot off so far. Glade Riders massively overextending, but I think that really they're being sent in just to keep the, they were there just to keep the Hobgoblins away from the Sisters while they were getting healed up. They're up to about half again now. We do get a collapse on the frontline position. The Orc Labor is actually getting hammered by their own Magma Cannon. Shot landing a little short. Fire support mission needs to be called off here before they kill more of their guys. It's the right call to be trying to hammer these Wildwood Rangers. You don't have great answers for them. You've got the Hobgoblin Archers, but some of these guys are fairly obstructed right now. You can see all of the Orc Laborers in front of them, making it a little difficult for them to shoot. Beautiful Burning Wrath going down. It's a spell you don't see too terribly often, but the Overcast version of this spell does massive, chunking damage when it lands on Skirmish Cav and tightly packed infantry especially. So I do like the inclusion here, and it is also very long range. 300 meters, I believe? Yeah, 300 freaking meters is awesome, because you can also hammer the Way Watchers with that. Some of the Greatsword infantry are getting through the middle here, but the bodies are just so thick. The investment into the front line is paying off pretty nicely right now. There's not a lot of easy access into the missile line for the Wood Elves right now, and the Burning Wrath is coming in clutch right now as the Way Watchers are getting hammered by what little firepower can be applied from the Hobgoblins, as well as the spellcasting. Magma Cannon is also going to be opening up. It's looking to hit the Way Watchers. It's been a little inaccurate, though, this game. I will have to say that that's been one of the more disappointing situations here for the Wood Elves. But look at the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Way too deep into the middle of the fight here. I mean, they've got a little bit of Eternal Guard support, but they are somewhat cut off by the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders that are up in the midst of them. And I don't believe they got their Cowardly Despoilers ability off. Doesn't seem like it, but at the very least, they have done an appropriate amount of damage to the Wild Hunters for their cost, and are actually going to be able to chase these guys down as they're being terror-routed by... Oh, the Iron Demon here. Iron Demon being a little sneaky, kind of blending in with the Wood Elf colors. You can see it's the really vibrant green here. Pretty hilarious. It's trying to do some tactical camo out on the field here. It's just running over stuff. It hasn't got a lot of value, but the terror route is very crucial for the success of this front line. They're just not going to be able to grind into all of the Eternal Guard and Wildwood Rangers without losing too much momentum. Adding the terror-causing unit into the mix will definitely make it even more difficult for the Wood Elves to persevere here. And the Way Watchers have been very well handled so far. Just a deep commitment to bodies and Man-Tide playstyle paying off huge dividends here for Renataki. Now, Rogue does a great job of hammering down the Infernal Guard Fireglaves with that Pit of Shades. Excellent cast from where the hell is the cat? Oh, here she is. Spellsinger of Shadows is just chilling out in the out waiting in the wings, so to speak. Way Watchers continuing to try to escape from the pressure of the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Glade Riders are coming up to try and push them back. The Burning Wrath does miss a little bit, gets a little bit of poke on the Hawkeyes. Another Magma Cannon shot, just landing in the middle of God knows where. Does have 1200 value, though. It's obviously landed enough shots to at least pay for itself. You'd be looking and hoping for a little bit more from it, but it's not bad at all. Sisters with 2100 value, I believe. Yeah, 2100, which is a damn good performance from them. Not enough to carry this game, though, I fear. And the value differential here between Rogue and Renataki really isn't that big. And you have had a lot of healing on the Sisters of Twilight, but just continued pressure onto the most elite element of the Wood Elf army is probably going to make all the difference here, because, I mean, there's a decent amount of infantry left on the field, but a lot of it's pretty beat up, and Chaos Dowie Warriors really aren't too big of a threat. The bigger issue for the Wood Elves is just the fact that there is something of a missile line remaining here, plus the Iron Demon. And the Iron Demon, even though it's down to 1200 HP, is unbreakable. It's just so hard to finish these damn things. Definitely one of the most annoying units in the game. They can be killed, but oftentimes it's better to maneuver around them. But since the Wood Elves have been forced to engage this massive infantry line, it's been very hard to do so. It's been pretty ever-present in the midst of all the fighting. Double Kadai Fireborn in the late game here is probably going to be a little too much to ask for the Wood Elves to handle right now. They don't have anything on the field that can do it. Hawkeyes of Drakira are being finished off by a very nasty and vindictive group of hobgoblins who have found their way into a fight with them. There's 4 models left, and look, the Hawkeyes of Drakira technically could rally here. They've got great leadership, as you can see. At 162 HP, and they've actually managed to rally. And they are going to shoot at the hobgoblins who are running away now, which is pretty hilarious. I think they can still imbue the discouraged effect. I mean, it's not going to make a difference, but it is kind of hilarious that you could have the Hawkeyes of Drakira just shoot something like an Orc Laborer and instantly rout them if they take any kind of shock damage from, like, cavalry or something colliding. Good ticket situation for Renataki, just a little bit ahead with a double cap. A rogue AI. No singularity for him today. And just another brutal Burning Wrath. These Burning Wraths have been value city, dude. I mean, the Sorcerer Prophets on foot are dirt cheap. I mean, this guy's probably close to 1100 gold. Maybe a little bit more, maybe closer to like 1200, but he's been paying off in terms of the value trades so far, and he's probably still got another couple casts on Burning Wrath. It is on a fairly long cooldown of 30 seconds, so just dropping the overcast every chance you get is definitely the way to go here. Look at the Iron Demon shotgun blast. Chunking through the poor Blade Singers. Oh my god, the Hawkrider of Drakira being singled out and one model remaining. Is he going to stay on the field? How brave is this guy, dude? Holy crap, he's actually still hanging on. That is ridiculous, man. I love the color scheme on the Hawkeyes. They've got that really cool fall, like autumnal color scheme going on. As opposed to the regular Way Watchers, which just have the standard, like, faction coloring. I've been very impressed with the Sisters play. They've been kept very safe for the most part. Outside of the early stage of the game, they've been playing cagely and getting their conjoined destinies, pushing back and forth up and off the front line. But, again, that front line presence is just non-existent at this stage. A little bit of an attempt by Rogue to take the middle here, but Renataki with the Kadai are going to be able to lock this down. The Waystalker is going to get absolutely mulched by a Kadai Fireborn. Whenever those guys move over to handle him, they'll shred him in about 20 seconds, probably. Foot characters used to be pretty hard to kill, even with anti-infantry monstrous units, because of the way their knockdown multiplier was calculated, but that's been changed and adjusted so many times, it's less of an issue now. Wild Hunters of Kern has come out again, and again are being slaughtered by the Wolf Raiders. The Kadai are here this time, and the Kadai aren't great against large targets, but they do have magic damage and flaming attacks, so healing's mitigated. You're getting around the Fizz Res. Even if you're hitting those guys very infrequently, they still hit for 120 weapon damage, and Wild Hunters with like no armor here don't mitigate even what is non-AP damage. You know, it's important to remember that just because a unit is a majority AP does not necessarily guarantee that they can kill all, like, high armor value units in the game. Armor, even against AP units, can be very important for still allowing that heavily armored unit to sometimes outvalue whatever it is that's attacking them. I mean, any amount of damage mitigation is always welcome and important, so... Look at that Kadai. It's kind of a cool death animation. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Oh, they, like, rip their helmets off, and then they disappear back into the warp. I'm pretty sure that's because they're, like, bound to these suits of armor, so I wonder if it's just like the demon, when they get to this point where they've been, you know... beaten up, and there's so much going on. I imagine there's a lot of chaotic energies swirling around big battlefields. Maybe it allows them the opportunity to kind of like break free of the Chaos Dowie's control, so to speak. Waywatchers getting compromised by the Hobgoblins. Hobgoblins into Waywatchers has got to be one of the most cost-effective trades you can possibly get your hands on. Now, the Waywatchers are a weird unit. When you collapse on them in melee combat, unlike many archer units, if they're still moving, the Waywatchers are actually fairly resilient to being charged down. It's once they've been compromised for a handful of seconds, you know, like 5 or 6, and their models are, like, knocked over and then they're standing up, that's when they start to take a majority of the damage from units that are attacking them. Really, really well played Chaos Dowie here. Super fun to see a very wide army. Chaos Dowie warriors were okay. None of them got tremendous value. One of them paid for themselves. But that's not really what they're there for. They're a line holder. And the missile play was really damn good. I mean, one magma cannon did get 1,500. The other didn't get any, which is unfortunate, but hey, I mean, at least it gave time for the other to do something. One Hobgoblin Archer almost 3x'd its value there. Sneaky Gets came out. I saw them, but I didn't fully get in to see how their performance was. But here it looks like it was fairly solid. 600 and 859 on them. Wolf Riders doing really well. 943, 750. And 1,098, so solid all the way around. And the bows, oh my god, the Oga Khans with 2,600 value. vicious stuff, and the other Hobgoblin Wolf Raider got 2,000, which is incredible value on these guys. I mean, they cost or not 7, they cost 575. I mean, quadrupling value on the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider is amazing, and Oga Khan's boys are, I believe, 900 still, maybe 875, so 2,600, almost 3 times. Kadai at the end there, we're doing pretty well, and the Iron Demon, solid as always, around 1,000 value, is on the lower end of its performance, for sure. But it did get some pretty clutch shotgun blasts against the Blade Singers, and then also caused quite a few terror routes, which was definitely one of the deciding factors of this game. Alright guys, I'm going to take a minute, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back, so stay tuned guys. Alright guys, I'm back. Me and Cuban scene where you skipped our game. I'm sorry for skipping your game, bro. I'll get to it now, actually. I mean, I do want to see the Dowie into the Warriors of Chaos, especially with the Bilious Thunder Guff. That can be our next game. The faction war is starting fairly soon, so I might be able to do 2 more replays, and then I've got to go participate in that. I don't think I'm going to make it too far, to be quite honest. But I'm going to do my very best to get in there and give it, you know, as good of a go as I can. Where am I in the, Oh, here I am. Oh my god, I'd be playing into Berserk if I ended up winning. Holy crap. Alright, well, we'll see about it. If I win in the first round, I'm not too confident in my odds on beating Berserk. Berserk is absolutely insane at this game. And anyways, that's for the future. Throwing Axe is going to be maneuvering out to the side point here on the number 3. Number 2 is going to be capped maybe by these throwing axes, but it looks like they're holding up their advance right now. There's really no reason that they shouldn't immediately motor up here and cap this point. There's no artillery yet, although there's a cannon coming out of reserve now. This is why you need to be as quick as possible against the dwarves to cap objectives, because you don't want the cannons to come up and start to hammer your mobility early on while they're just taking the objective. You want to get the point and then pull back and make the cannon wait to begin accruing value. He's waiting in the wings a little bit. God, dude, these things have such long range. 440 meters is whack. I mean, look how far it goes. Almost the entire middle objective is covered right now, and you can hit all of the number 1 too. In fact, I think this might be the best position for the cannon. You don't want it too far away from your spawn zones, because you do need to reinforce this position with a couple of Dowie warriors at the very least. Maybe some miners with blasting charges could do a pretty good job of defending it. A little bit of damage going down on the Dwarf Warriors in the front line. You've got the Troll Hammers looking to make very short work of the Marauder Horsemen. And a beautiful shot coming from downtown. The Soul of Damnation, always a good choice. Doesn't matter what matchup it is. It's almost always going to pay for itself at the very least, if not just accrue a tremendous amount of extra value for its 1550 gold cost. Bilious Thunderguff I'm worried about, man. I mean, big monsters into Chaos, or not into Chaos Dwarves, but into regular Dowie tend to not do very well. There's just so much range, right? And big monsters that are also slow have an even worse time, because once they start getting shot, they basically just have to weather through it and hope that there are other units to shut that range down. Although it is coming in pretty hot and heavy. Trollhammer torpedoes are already offline for all intents and purposes. Down to 800 HP, and then the Hellstriders get on top of these guys and are pulling them apart right now. Really unfortunate for the dwarves. Losing an important missile piece like your Iron Drakes early on can very quickly leave you lacking in the value department, because that is where the Dowie tend to shine. The melee combat, I'm not super sold on going all that well for the dwarves. They just don't have anything outside of like Longbeards and Slayers that tend to be cost effective. All of the dwarf warrior variants tend to lose out. Even against stuff like Forsaken. Forsaken are ostensibly something that you would expect a Dowie Warrior Great Weapon to do well into. But the melee attack and the weapon strength on these Forsaken is good enough to get through the 85 armor for the most part. It's not the most cost-effective trade for the Forsaken, but there are other ways that you can also handle the Dowie in melee combat, just by cycle charging, intercepting reinforcements, and keeping them back. And you can kind of see that being played out here. You get a shutdown on the cannon crew. The Marauder Horsemen do a pretty good job of killing the majority of them, but they do rally here, barely hanging on. 3 models left on the cannon. They will be able to crew all 3 of those, I believe. And the Hellstriders continuing to swarm around. It's actually looking okay for the Dwarves right now. This big foot character squad is now scrapping against the Bilious Thunderguff. Garagrim is taking a lot of damage, and that was a final transmutation from the Chaos Sorcerer, which is doing some work, but the thing about that is only Felix is taking the full damage from that cast because of the Dowie's spell resistance of 35%. That's just innate on everything. Felix providing heals to all these guys would be pretty huge, but we get terror routes from the Bilious Thunderguff. Felix running, and Thoric Ironbrow peeling out of there. Garagrim's the only one standing pat. I mean, he kind of has to, right? I mean, he's a freaking Slayer after all. So he is unbreakable. Look, I'm just standing here. He's trying to hide in the bushes. The Forsaken are not fooled, though. It doesn't blend in very well, bro. The camo is not working. You're gonna have to do something about that. Sibilant Slaughtercade, a really cool chariot, one that I love to death. It's very powerful. It's fast as hell. 100 speed chariot is pretty vicious. Even though it's just got the standard 1500 Chaos Chariot mass, it does have devastating flanker. It's got the Mark of Slaanesh, so it has a little bit of Fizz Res. It's got the extra speed. It's got poison, actually, as well, and Strider and ITP, so very hard to kill this, as opposed to traditional Chaos chariots. This thing is remarkably resilient. It's got 110 armor, too, and the extra leadership is nice. Plus Soul Hunters, I forgot to mention that. I mean, he gets more leadership and damage resistance, plus some more charge bonus. What's not to like, man? Dowie are barely hanging on right now. They had a moment where they were starting to lapse the Warriors of Chaos in value, but Hellstriders jumping in, shutting down the cannon. The Grim Delvers, they're just waiting in the wings. They're looking to get some shots off, but they're just so beat up, man. They really haven't done a whole lot. They've been getting hammered by the Soul of Damnation all game. Just the Soul of Damnation, oh my god, it actually died. Oh, the gyrocopters got back here and killed the whole crew while I wasn't looking. Pretty amazing. I don't even want to know what it's doing. Don't look, the Forbidden Fleshlight's having a moment there, guys. You know, Felix without his buddy Gotrek, you know, Gotrek could be all about fighting the giant, but Felix alone is not feeling up for it today. He has got better things to be doing. Him and his little Dowie Warrior escort are going to be retreating away from the Bilious Thunderguff, which did get 1600 value. It got into the fights it wanted with the Foot Squad. And it just threw the hate down, man. I mean, hands were thrown and Dowie were massacred, quite frankly. Garagrim and it looks like Thoric have gone down in the interim as we've been surveying the rest of the field. Dowie Warriors getting cleaned up by the Chariot, as well as the Forsaken here. Forsaken play has been really good. They've been attacking the edges of the formation, and they've gotten folded up in the fracases, but it's taken quite a bit of an investment from the Dwarves in the meantime, and being down in value and now being forced into melee grinds for the remainder of this game is just really not going to end up paying off for them, I imagine. You've got Slayers here, and they're being attacked by 2 units. You got the Chaos Warrior Great Weapons and Marauder Great Weapons in here. Longbeards should provide a little bit of buffering for the Slayers, and they will help kill the Bilious Thunderguff, but still hanging in, man. I mean, that 110 leadership paying off. It's going to go down to the very wire here on its HP. Falls to the Slayers. Somebody's going to be getting all the credit from Grimnir in the Afterlife for that one, I imagine. I guess you could say that they've found their glorious end. This is about as hopeless as it gets, so, you know, Dowie are persevering. Nonetheless, in trying to find a way back into this one, it just looks so rough because they're pushed off of the points. They are very bad at recontesting objectives, and Sibilant Slaughtercade is going to cause a lot of problems in the middle of the field here. Plus, you got Forsaken coming after these Bugman's Rangers. And Forsaken, with their weapon strength, are going to be able to outpace the liquid fortification that they're usually pretty reliant on. I like Bugman's Rangers, but they just don't hold up very well to aggressive infantry. Usually, I would recommend Bugman's into matchups with other ranged factions. Because that's where the healing tends to be a little bit more impactful, because you got time to heal between volleys. You've also got the shield that can mitigate damage from missiles, and that allows the liquid fortification to get you a little bit more value by keeping more entities alive on average. A bit of a shame here that the Dowie just haven't really been able to find the kind of like uptrades that they typically are reliant on. The gyrocopters have been pretty impactful. Like I said, they did kill the Soul of Damnation, but it did get a lot of value before they were able to shut it down. I mean, it killed an Iron Drake, it hammered the Grim Delvers. Pretty sure it got a few shots off some Dowie Warriors. I'll check its value at the end, but I would imagine it pretty much paid for itself, even if it did die. And the time that the gyrocopters spent killing this thing did allow the Warriors of Chaos plenty of opportunities up here on the middle objective to value trade. Now, the Dowie are doing okay at resecuring the middle. The Brotherhood of Grimnir, at the very least, are going to continue to be able to anchor up on this objective. They will clear out the Forsaken fairly well. Brotherhood of Grimnir don't have armor is the only issue here. They are pretty exhausted, so we'll see if they're able to finish with a pretty decent value trade here. I would expect them to. Chaos Sorcerer Lord is being focused down by the gyrocopters. He's taking a lot of damage here. Those steam guns are pretty effective against any SEs, especially horsebound characters. I found them to be very strong at killing. Still focusing away at this guy. Slowly poking him down, but he is going to escape, and the throwing axes are getting some really effective volleys here now. They've done a very good job of wearing out these poor gyros. Earlier in the game, the gyros could have been protected by flying back to the main Dowie position where they could get some fire support from their bowmen to peel the throwing axes off, but without the long-range missiles from the dwarves, gyros just don't have the damage output to contend with these two horsemen. Sibilant Slaughtercade was getting in here, running over the last few Dowie. Such badassery, you know. It's like one of the few Slaanesh units that have an absolutely unfettered love for. They're actually a pretty fair unit, as opposed to a handful of others that are on the proper Slaanesh roster. Hellstriders didn't get great value, but they did a pretty good job of cleaning up some routing units and just intercepting the Iron Drakes in the middle of the field. Soul of Damnation didn't quite get its value back, but it was really close. The things that it did kill, I felt like were impactful enough to allow the Bilious Thunderguff to get in there. And the fact that this giant actually got its value back is the most important trade for Random Cuban. Because everything else can just kind of perform up to, you know, a decent standard. And that's usually going to be good enough if you've broken the main Dowie army. And that did end up happening. And then the character squad was just very well countered by the big Chaos Giant. Stinky Beans would have been better off with a much wider Dowie line. Like, just cut Felix, cut Garagrim, get a Rune Lord or Belagar or something, and just keep them safe in the middle of your formation, while you have just like a million Bowmen or Thunderers. Thunderers, I would say, probably the best bet against Warriors of Chaos. They do a pretty good job of shooting down Horsemen, and can also hammer something like the Bilious Thunderguff. They shoot Forsaken really well. They can also hammer Great Weapon Warriors and the Sibilant Slaughtercade. There's a lot that Thunderers do well that you really don't want to pass up on. Just, like, mix two of them in here, and then you've got an a pretty stalwart line of ranged units that your opponent's going to have a really hard time clearing all of them, even with the Soul of Damnation. Then you can bring the gyros in and just clear the soul out and be in a much better spot. Maverick hates the admin of the tournament. I promise I don't. I love our admins. I appreciate all the work that you guys put into hosting the tournaments. As a German, I can't play Napoleon Total War. Hey, dude, if you're German, that should be your natural state of affairs, is playing Napoleon Total War. Y'all are the ones who finished him off at Waterloo. Y'all did all the heavy lifting there that nobody gives you credit for. Everybody wants to talk about Wellington and all the stuff he did, but where's the love for our boys? You know, our angry Prussians out there. What time is it? Do we have time for one more replay before it's time to go? Sure. You know what? Random Cuban is fighting every Dowie player in the bracket, so we might as well watch one last Warriors of Chaos Dowie game. It's a very different build, too, so definitely going to be very cool to see what happens with this Chosen front line. You got 2 Hellscourge Slanesh Chosen. Plus a Chosen with great weapons and 3 Aspiring Champions. It's a very melee-oriented Dowie build, too. This is not something that you're going to see very often. You got 2 Slayers on either end, a Giant Slayer in the middle with the cannon waiting in the wings. Howdy's army is fairly well attuned to dealing with the last build that we saw from Random Cuban. Like, the Slayers and Giant Slayers would be very good for killing the Bilious Thunderguff. I don't know if he had any, like, advance info or warning from our other Dowie player. But the mix-up from Random is unique, for sure. It's very resilient to missile play as well, which I guess is probably the intent. I imagine that what Random is trying to do, actually, is use these Chosen to grab points with the elite cap weight and force the Dowie to take all of their engagements directly into the Chosen because of that. The elite infantry cap change was honestly pretty nice. I think it's done a pretty good job of making the more expensive infantry better and worth mixing into your armies, especially given how powerful mobility is. Those Chosen can actually hold up pretty well to charging enemy units. We're going to see how they perform here against a much slower and more attrition-focused Dowie build, though. Slayers fighting Aspiring Champions is an awful fight for Slayers. They do not want to be engaged here in the middle against those guys. Just too much armor for them to have to get through. The Aspiring Champions here chewing on some miners. Just a nice, solid frontline fight that's going to go very favorably for Random here. You've got the Aspiring Champions getting hit by blasting charges, but they really don't lose that much HP. Only about 1,000 health off of those guys as they're just chipping down these poor dudes over here. And the Sibilant Slaughtercade back in again. As well as a Chaos Warrior great weapon trotting forward now. Chosen great weapons looking to get into contact with the Dowie front lines now. You saw the Final Transmutation going off, but that's just not a spell that is going to do a whole lot of work against the infantry here. It used to be really over-tuned, kind of like Spirit Leech was back in Warhammer 1, but it's been changed many, many times, and now it's much more single entity focused. It'd be useful against Ungrim, I guess, but it's so expensive. I think random would be okay with it, but really what you want is Searing Doom. Searing Doom is like one of the few spells that does really good damage through spell resistance anyways. That'd be my go-to here if I were in random Cuban's shoes. To each their own, though. Hellstriders get a good dive on the cannon, but they do get pushed back by the 2 Flamethrower Iron Drakes back here. They do a great job of peeling those guys off, but now the Sibilant Slaughtercade's on them, doing a little bit of damage, and now going to pull away and get through the rear of this Dwarf Warrior. You can see how useful Strider is for Chariot units. Just being able to maneuver around the battlefield without having to worry about the uphill, like, downhill shenanigans. If you pay attention to mobile units, as they charge uphill, they actually lose a lot of speed and charge speed. When you have Strider, you don't have to worry about that at all, and it makes the unit a little bit easier to utilize as a result. Chaos Sorcerer Lord needs to get the hell out of here. Ungrim's like right on his ass, man. And Ungrim with his Great Axe here is, you know, a little too much to handle for a straight-up caster lord. The Chaos Sorcerer Lords are, like, okay in melee combat. They've got good armor, so against, like, Dwarf Warriors and Miners and whatnot, they're, you know, fairly decent. They can hold up at the very least, but into anything heavier than that, and they're going to get absolutely manhandled. He does rout, but he'll probably rally. I mean, his leadership already is up above the breaking point again. He's just got to get a little farther away from the fight, and he'll be just fine. Aspiring Champions are moving up from the woods. It looks like they push back those Miners just all the way up into the Vanguard deploy zone almost. Now they're going to look for a good collapse onto the rear of this fight and maybe start breaking some of the leadership on some of these much more beat-up Dowie Warriors. The Slayers obviously aren't going to be running anywhere anytime soon. They're going to fight to the death, obviously, but it should at the very least make it a little bit easier for the Chosen and the Aspiring Champions and the Hellscourge Chosen to finish off the more important targets. Massive problems back here for the Dwarves. The Iron Drakes just being collapsed on. You've got all kinds of shenanigans back here, too. Chosen, Slanesh there. Aspiring Champions are up in the pocket as well with the Sibilant Slaughtercade continuing to charge around. Very good micro from Random Cuban on this Chariot piece. It's going to get a beautiful rear charge here with the benefit of devastating flanker. It is going to be weakening the Miners immensely and putting them in a position where they're probably going to rout in mere moments here. You can see all the leadership debuffs starting to stack on top of those guys. It dips below into the negatives for a moment, rallying for the time being, but another good cycle charge from the Sibilant Slaughtercade will definitely handle them. Choosing to hit the Longbeards, though. Longbeards are not braced. Quite a few of them getting tossed back, and actually quite a few models dying as they get hit on the hillside here. I don't know. I'm sure people know this because they've watched it happen in campaign. If you've played any siege battles, then you'll know that units getting knocked off walls actually do die when they hit the ground. And sometimes you'll notice on maps with hills like this, if your unit's high enough on the hill and they get tossed far enough back, they'll have the same thing happen to them. Fall damage is very real. These guys are living in a world of hurt right now. They got like the Call of Duty fall damage, man. You fall more than like 4 feet and your ankles don't just break. They are literally eviscerated, and then you bleed out from your stumps, apparently. I don't know what's going on with them, but Dowie not having the most resilient time of it there. Yeah, Ungrim and the remains of the Dwarf Warriors doing their best to hold on to this point, but Leadership is just fully broken on all these guys now. Ungrim stands alone. All the Slayers have died in the midst of this fighting here. And the intercepts on the reinforcements have been pretty punishing so far. Hattie is going for a cap on the number 3, but a good response with some Forsaken. Gonna, at the very least, slow up the cap for the Dwarves here. Even if they're able to recap these 2 points, a lot of the reason that they're going to be able to take that is just because the other elements of Random's army are off elsewhere, continuing to uptrade and put the Dowie in a deeper hole. So they'll be able to hang on to both these caps for a couple minutes probably. But the Chosen here and the Aspiring Champions rallying to help out the Forsaken are for sure going to grind these guys down. It's only a matter of time. You've also got some Marauder Great Weapons and a Chaos Warrior with Great Weapons moving up there. Ungrim is taking poke damage. His armor is really nice here. Only the Chosen Great Weapons are going to be able to do good damage to him. The Chosen Hell Scourges are very inefficient against armored targets, so they're just not going to be able to really put the moves on Ungrim here. They will avoid getting hit by him because their melee defense is so ridiculous, and Ungrim is exhausted. But the Chosen Great Weapons are going to be the ones who actually finish Big Boy off here, I think. More Chariot shenanigans, just continuing to trample, man. This is exactly how you want to use Chariots against the Dwarves. Intercepting in the open field, not allowing them any room to maneuver up to the point without getting punished for it. Keep this up, and that Sibyl and Slaughtercade will be fully paid off in just a matter of moments. It costs 1,000 gold. It's also fairly affordable. Longbeards moving to the number 2. And a few rallying Dwarf Warriors doing the same. Hell Scourge is coming out, going after the Cannon crew back here. Taking a lot of damage in the process, though. Are they going to be able to make contact? Hanging in here with 25 models on a beautiful Slayer summon. Slayer gets shot in the head by his own cannon, and someone's going to have to take a Slayer Oath to replace that guy, I think. It's a little unfortunate. Pretty brutal friendly fire there. Marauder Great Weapons moving and Aspiring Champions assisting in the cleanup effort on the number 3, and the minor push got handled way quicker than this Longbeard and Dwarf Warrior push. Well, it's actually all Longbeards up here. Going for more expensive melee infantry is Hattie, but the problem is that the sustainability of the Longbeards is a little bit wasted into all of the great weapons that we're seeing here. The Forsaken kind of bounce off of Longbeards. That is one reason why I do like having a few of them, but if your opponent is, you know, game playing against the Dowie and they're neglecting great weapons, then they're signing their own death warrant. The fact that Random just has a handful of them to assist in the damage output in these long grindy fights is enough to secure the win here. It's another dominant victory over the Dwarves for our boy here. Okay. We're going to be starting the faction war right now, guys. So I'm going to be getting the code from our boy. So we're facing off against the Empire. Empire do have a lot of really good mobility tools against Khorne, but I've had a little bit of success with a handful of builds. We're going to be looking to secure a victory here as best we can. It's just not going to be easy. Kite factions have been doing very well against Khorne lately. And I'm hoping for a little bit of... I'm hoping for a little bit of a improvement in Khorne's odds in coming patches into mobile play styles, because what Khorne currently has just is, I don't know, not really holding up, I find. I want to join. Hello? Yeah? Now it's gonna actually let me in. Maybe I was clicking on the wrong damn thing, like a big old dummy. Okay. So, no more replays for the time being, guys. I will get back to them, just whenever I end up losing. Could be in this first round. I mean, Melkor's a really good player. There's absolutely, no shame. I think we're going to take a moment to back out here. Let me give y'all some reading materials. This is the new player tournament. Well, actually, y'all can I'll leave y'all to take a look at the new player tournament bracket while we're working on the Faction Wars stuff. That way we're not just, like, totally forgetting about what's going on here. But here's the new player tournament bracket as it stands up into the final round there. Trying to figure out who's going to be making it into the top 4. I will love to cast the semis and finals. Alright, into the Empire. What do we need here? Gonna get a little bit of this going, a little bit of that going. I like the build here that I've got. Although I might actually want, this guy. It's gonna be better for him. I think nice and cheap is the way to go here, and then sure. Yeah, whatever. We're gonna go for the 0 build. Okay. Oh, okay, so, we've got map bans that I need to get into, so, give me a minute, guys. Let me, figure out what map I'm gonna be banning. Ragnarok Lair, Itza, and Bordello. Definitely gonna be banning Bordello, I think. A Ragnarok, I like my odds on a little bit more, I think. Although it's fairly open. Both maps are pretty open maps. There's some shot blockers on each. I'm not sure which should be more advantageous for me. I think Lair is going to be better. Because there's more opportunities for split pushing on that map. I've got a pretty good core of units here that I think are going to be well situated for taking mobile engagement, so we can just kick it off and let it ride. Best of luck to my opponent. Melkor is a very skilled opponent, so we're gonna have a real scrap here. Alright, we're gonna play fairly cautiously here. We're gonna take some time to grab points early. That's the point of opening up with Fleshhounds and Khorngors. Both of them can support one another against any cavalry that might come in. Cavalry, especially Empire Knights and Reiksguard and whatnot, are pretty good at killing Khorngors, or not Khorngors, but the Fleshhounds. And the Khorngors are a really good unit to keep Fleshhounds safe. Plus, you've got Mass with the Fleshhounds to keep your opponent locked in. And that can definitely lead to a pretty nice situation. Okay. How do I want to play this? Do I want both Chaos Warriors, one on each outside point, I think might be the way to go. I could hold them in the trees if I have to. Furies are going to be waiting for opportunities to get aggressive. I think we'll just position them forward aggressively as a result. Valkia is here to just stay alive as best she can with Demon Shield and drop Sloupners when applicable. That's going to be very good against infantry lines of any and all kinds. We've got a little bit of support with infantry clear with Brutes and the Hound. Marauder Horsemen throwing axes aren't bad at it. Minotaurs are waiting in the wings. And I've got Scylla if I need some extra big boy energy. He's got Kill for Khorne, and that's it, though. So he's really going to be there to provide rampages that will give me a pretty good opportunity to maybe finish off some of the Empire Knights and such. I think I need to put... maybe we'll do this, actually. I think this is a good idea, because it'll keep them together. Fleshhounds and Furies play really well off of one another, especially when you've also got a little bit of infantry support waiting around for them to keep them from getting jumped on. Ready, good luck, have fun. Let's see what we can do. Melkor has been putting in the work, I know. And Melkor was one of our new player tournament winners months ago now, at this point, but it was a really well played Empire game when he was able to take that win. We're just going to get up on the points, we're going to get in the trees. What do we have here? Oh my god, we've got a bunch of greatswords, actually, and halberds. Now, the halberds and the greatswords together are going to be a little bit irritating, but we should be able to get some pretty good fights against them regardless. I think this is actually where I want my Marauder Horsemen to come in. Empire Knights are rocking up to the objectives. We're going to get into the middle of these guys. I'm going to move over here. We're going to get my second Minotaur out. These Minotaurs are going to maneuver over as a result. We just need to stick around here. So my opponent's cavalry are not going to be able to fight very good engagement here. It's going to be pretty rough and uphill for them. The Minotaurs are going to just answer the cavalry as they maneuver around, and we should get up and maybe position ourselves for a little bit of aggression. Since my opponent doesn't have a ton of missiles here, I'm probably going to bring a throwing horseman out in a moment. Let's just kind of play footsie with these guys. We may need to pull back off of this point in a moment. But we should definitely poke on the edge of my opponent's formation that doesn't have the missile presence over here. So we're just going to, like, charge and then pull back and see if we can drag some of those halberds away. Let's get these flesh hounds back and get the chaos warriors up. We're going to get a rear charge at the minotaurs, actually, or we're just going to attack here and go for this. Oh, and the Amethyst Wizard actually whiffed the attack a little bit. So we're going to pull the Furies back and leave the Minotaurs and the Flesh Hounds to engage there. This is where you drop a Sleipnir for nice value. Oh my god, and Stirling's Revenge over here. We need to get around and get after those guys. And we'll push up here. We're going to bring in Brutes of the Hound and get after these guys. So we get a good engagement there. Sleipnir did some good damage. Need to land and avoid Karl Franz as best as possible. Got our Minos and Flesh Hounds. They're a little trapped up on the Halberd, so we're going to pull back here. We've got the Stirling's Revenge going down. Minotaurs are wavering, which I don't love. It's not great for me, them getting killed here. We're going to get back up in the air. Maneuver the Corngors out here and get these guys into the fight here. While Halberds are going to be collapsed on by my Furies here. Let's go after this Halberd unit. Let's get in here. It's not great for me because I don't have awesome tools for killing all of those halberds and whatnot. Oh, it's smart. Okay, he's got some grenade launchers out now. So let's try and get on top of those guys. And let's just keep bouncing around. It's pretty close. We're not down too far in any one area of the battlefield, so I think we'll be able to trade pretty well. My opponent's doing a good job of just bouncing around and keeping me on my toes. So let's rotate around here. Let's get another Fury out real quick so that we can go after these guys. Halberds are getting brutalized over here by Brutes of the Hound and the Minotaurs, which is great. Let's get up in the air, and maybe the Furies don't crumble out. Boris is causing me a little bit of consternation. We're going to get another Corngor out for any more cavalry that comes out onto the field. Minotaurs and stuff going off here. Let's charge these guys down and get into a fight on this position. Keep those Minotaurs going. The Minotaurs are getting brutalized. We're going to pop our Relentless Rage here to try and keep those guys in the fight and just keep on wearing with bodies and aggression as best we can. So Knights incoming. They're doing a pretty good job of hammering my horsemen. We're trying to pull these guys back. We need to get up in the air. We need to go after all of these Free Company militia that are out on the field. Valky is actually locking a couple of them down here. And we're going to drop a Sleipnir and have the Furies kind of dive bomb back onto this position. I think this will be a pretty decisive engagement for me here. We are falling behind a bit. The Corngors have not had a lot of success so far. My opponent's bouncing around with the Knights really well. Valky is going to keep going after these guys. We're going to get another Horseman out because they're going to rear charge positions and do some pretty good damage for us. Miners need to get down in here. They've got a little bit of support from the Corngors. Let's get a Hound, actually, and see if we can break this these couple of units. Let's go get away. Let's just try and run as best we can. Let's get these guys off the halberds. Now that they've charged them, they've done a little bit of damage, they can go elsewhere and try and engage. Got a little bit going for me here. Let's try and just get that kill. Oh, no. Don't want the Furies crumbling. Go out here. We need to get Valkia back. We need to get these guys fighting. Brutes of the Hound are going down, but we've got an okay battlefield state. It's not ideal, but it's not going terribly. There's a few more positions that we can hammer down, and we do have a Sword of Corn that might come in clutch here in a moment. What else does my opponent have coming out? He's got more halberds and shenanigans like that on the way in. Points are fairly well secured right now. I like the build from Melkor. It's got some interesting tools in here. I don't know how it's gonna do into the late game. That's the question that we're gonna have to see paid off here.
You have the foe's victory point.
Okay, these guys are actually activated on their Unbreakable right now, so we're going to pop that. We're going to get these guys off of this. We're just going to form some lines here. What do I have to summon in? Out of reserve. Maybe it's time for Silo? Silo wouldn't be bad here. It's definitely a little bit of danger in bringing him in. Hounds are continuing to rampage. That's a Demigriff Halberd, which is going to be really tough to kill. Just dive bomb this stuff. We've got the sword. We can throw that down if we need to. Let's just get aggressive. I'm going to save up for a Minotaur. I need the Minotaur because of the Demigriff Halberds now. My game is running obnoxiously slow right now, which is not ideal. And we'll get Korngor for the #1 objective as well now. Let's get up and off. Let's just keep rampaging through all those guys. So we're down in value, but I actually don't think we are at all because we have kept our Lord very healthy. I will say that that's a pretty unfortunate spellcast there that's going to hammer me and cause a few problems. Let's get back over here. We just need to retreat back to this very tattered Korngor and see what we can do. Valkia's flying overhead. I'm going to land her on the greatswords for now and see what she can do. We got the Minos coming up. Now, see, the problem here is the damn leadership being debuffed by our boy Boris here. Just pop this for a moment. We'll try and get a rear charge. We're actually going to drop our sword here, actually. Minos need to move in. Hounds and Fleshies can move over, and we'll get the Korngors up there now. Since we have a decent number of units that are coming out. Let's get these Furies up in the air and see if we can get any more damage off with them. So there's the Halberds, there's the Empire Knights, we've got the 3 Company Militia out on the field. Let's have the Throwing Axes go harass those guys. We're going to bring the Brutes of the Hound back out, because they're going to be pretty nice to have. This is where we can maybe get good engagement against Boris.
Tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Actually, maybe the Flesh Hounds are what we need. I think a Flesh Hound is actually going to be a pretty good call. Let's get that old boy locked down. Let's get the Flesh Hounds maneuvering. They've done a good job of locking Boris in place for quite a bit of time here. I think killing Boris is going to win me this game. And we'll get a Fury in too. Furies and Fleshhounds should be able to lock down these Demigryph Halberds and allow my Minotaurs plenty of time to get the decisive win here. It's been a very messy game. I do like the odds here, though. We got the Korngors waiting. This Hound unit can, I don't know, go kill those Sterling's Revenge that are trying to move in. We did a good job of intercepting the Knights. We've got a full kill on the Demigryphs now. Furies are going to get killed, I think. But they're just going to run over here and occupy the attention for the time being of those halberds. There's 11 of these guys left, so actually we're going to turn the hounds around and chase down the Demigryph halberds instead. Just go charge this down. We'll get after Boris with the throwing axes in a moment. If we just keep committing to this fight, we win. Losing that Fury is not ideal. It definitely hurts, but I think we're in a good spot. So yeah, just keep the hounds can just keep chasing after those Demigryphs, and we'll use the throwing axes to finish off our big boy there. Let's get both of these Fleshhounds out so that we have some stuff that can get some rear charges. Also going to be good to get out of here since the Doom and Darkness... Oh, that's Soul Blight, actually, not Doom and Darkness. Okay. So you just need to watch our horsemen here. We'll pull them back as soon as they come under any kind of threats. Let's get the Sterling's Revenge. We'll finish them off real quick with this Fleshhound charge. And then we're going to try and force path through and get after those other guys. So the Korngors are going to go cap the point. Our Minotaurs will keep fighting here. Valkia is going to go look for Boris, and we'll send the Horsemen down to try and grab that point, and then we'll get another Korngor out. We just need to keep all of those Free Company Militia away from the points, right? I mean, they're a pretty tricky unit for sure, but we're not too worried about them overall. They're fairly squishy. I'm not super fussed about it. I just need to keep these throwing axes alive. My opponent's going really deep here after them.
One of your units has been destroyed.
And with a Korngor on this point, should be in a good spot. Let's just build up. We'll get a Fury, and then we'll go after all the Free Company Militia here.
It is done.
Valkia is very healthy. She's also gotten 2100 value. Valkia is great if you know how to use her, man. She's not as free and easy as Skulltaker, for sure. Skulltaker is just a big banana head of a character, dude. I mean, he just does not give a rat's ass about anything. He will take a fight against entire armies if he has to. So we saved this point. Also capping the number 3, we got the Empire Knights on the way in. We killed the caster here. Horsemen are holding it down against the Free Company Militia right now. And the Fury should be able to win that, finish that fight there. The Korngors need to get over, and we'll pull. Yeah, those guys are going to rout anyways, but that's fine. They did a little bit of damage. Just need to make sure they don't die, and then we can engage here. And these guys are going to run away to the support of my Minotaurs and Korngors there. So it's actually been our hit and run that's held up much better than my opponent here. You can see that the Empire struggles immensely with survivability against the Blood God. Come on, what is going on? Why can I not click anything? What the hell? Okay, well, these guys are going to get charged because they didn't want to respond to an order for a moment.
Glory is yours.
Oh my god, dude. Alright, there were definitely some moments and mistakes that I made here. The Chaos Warriors actually did okay. Korngors were good. Valkia was amazing, 2100 value on her. Big thumbs up. One Minotaur didn't do that great. Another also didn't do all that well. Horseman, solid. Fury, solid. Hounds, solid. Just really consistent value across the army here. Once the greatswords were gone, we had a lot easier of a time, because that was like the one thing that I didn't have a great answer for. I was expecting War Wagon Kite, actually. That's really what this build is best against. Because War Wagons just can't charge through Korngors or Chaos Warriors, and it also takes them a while to wear that down. Plus, you've got all the Flesh Hounds and Minotaurs and Furies rampaging everywhere. Silo's really good because he beats up War Wagons really bad if he gets a rampage off on him. He didn't have a lot of space to work with this game, though, so I didn't summon him out. He does tend to do pretty poorly into, like, halberds and, like, Free Company militia, so I just left him waiting in the wings. Boris, we finally found success with when Valkia and the Minotaurs are able to get a surround on him. Melkor played a really good game. He had me sweating there. The really unexpected Empire choice caught me off guard. I would have... I actually had the Hellforge Bellowers in my reserve army at one point. As I was building my forces, but I was like, it's not going to win against the War Wagon Kites. I think Silo will be a little bit better for guaranteeing some engagements just because of the Rampage. So I left it out, but it would have been a much quicker game if I had had that against all those halberds and greatswords. Okay, well, we're probably going to get bounced in the next round by Berserk. Because that's our round 2 opponent. I'm a little worried about that one. But, maybe we can steal a win there. I mean, I do have some techs against the Warriors of Chaos. It's just gonna come down to whether I can, execute them all. And get the finishes. What's going on in the new player tournament? Oh, they're actually in the final round now. I was misreading it a minute ago. Okay, fair enough. Alright. I don't know if we need to game plan for the Warriors of Chaos or not. LOL. And Melkor said he brought that build because I banned out Bordalo and he was going to play Kite on Bordalo, so that's why we didn't see the War Wagons. Because Ragnarok is a pretty rough map to try and play pure Kite on. It's not easy at all. My Horsemen kind of struggled in that game as well. They did get some pretty decent value. They paid for themselves. But you are playing on the objectives pretty aggressively on Lair. Bordalo, since it has home objectives, makes engagements a lot more tenuous. You don't want to like face rush your opponent nearly as hard, because you can play so safely off of your home objective. You can value trade a lot easier, and I think that's why Melkor was going for the more aggressive build with the infantry and the halberdiers into a Ragnarok, so that he could actually get up on the points and hold some of them. Because if you're playing Kite as the Empire into Khorne on these like 3 objective maps where it's, you know, split across the middle of the field evenly, Khorne is just going to avoid all of your shooting. They'll send infantry to all the objectives, cap them, and then you'll never get to touch them. If the Khorne player doesn't overplay their hand, of course. There's lots of give and take with that, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Are we waiting for anybody, or can me and Berserk just go ahead and play our game? I'm gonna go ahead and just make a lobby. And I'll just ask Frost. I think Frost is here to advise. I'll just wait for some feedback from one of the admins. In the meantime, let's go see what we've got replays-wise from the new player tournament. Should be tons of games in here for us to pick from. We got some more round 2 stuff, it looks like. Make sure that I get all of them. Ooh, we got Chowie versus Norska in round 1. That sounds really fun. God, dude. Oh, you know what I bet it is? Hold on, guys. So my computer has been chugging a little bit since I downloaded Windows 11. Oh my god, and yeah, there it is. I've got fucking Windows widgets eating like 10% of my CPU's attention. Jesus Christ. I don't want that. Also, go away, Microsoft Teams. I need... hold on, guys. I gotta purge some stuff here because it's destroying my computer for some reason. I have no idea why. I've noticed that Windows 11 has a really bad habit of allowing superfluous tasks to kind of bloat your CPU load. Which is definitely very unwelcome. I would like it if they could get that under control. That's like my biggest gripe with it. It's actually not been nearly as frustrating changing over as I expected it to be. I thought Windows 11 would be kind of miserable to use, but it's honestly been pretty nice. Come on, Steam. Alright, there we go. Cool. Alright. Stuff should be running a little bit cleaner now for me, so let's get in here and let's get these replays. I do also need to, I probably need to upgrade my computer. It's getting a little older now. I built it in 2019. 2019 or 2020? One or the other. It was, you know, like top of the line for then, but, you know, it's been years. Stuff slows down over time. Still haven't gotten any word back about our next game. I've got a ton of replays that I just downloaded, so we'll have plenty of stuff to do if we're not playing our next round game straight away. Oh my god. Okay, well, give me a sec, guys, because I just crashed. Let me reboot. There may also be a memory leak. That might be part of the reason that things are not running super smoothly. Yeah, dude, I mean, Windows sucks. I should have gone with Linux. I'm thinking about actually going in and figuring out how to Ubuntu all of my stuff. Because you're right, the duopoly is just awful, because they have no reason to focus on ensuring that the quality of the product is, like, at its best before they start pushing stuff out. They just kind of get to do whatever they want, because there's no, there's no market competition to force them to work on keeping things at, like, peak efficiency and functioning. Yeah, that's one thing that I've been loving about the Warhammer games. Even older computers run this game really well. They've done such a good job of optimizing this product. It's like one of the better optimized games out there right now, to be quite honest. So many other games are just like a total shit show when it comes to performing on anything other than high-end PCs, because, again, there's so many monopolies out there in the gaming sphere that they are not incentivized in any way to think about the end user. They really only are out for number one, and they're, shareholders. It's a bit of a sad state right now. Things are a little rough, to say the least. Okay, well, let's get into this. We can talk about socio-political issues and macroeconomics later on, and just how monopolies ruin everything for everybody. That can be for another time. Hello? Here we go. We'll watch from the Beastman's side of things. Oh, I just got a ping. Okay, it looks like we can play our next faction war game. So I'm just gonna go and I'm just gonna cast this one, and then I'll go find Berserk for our next round, unless he messages me sometime soon. Senegor throwing axes are waiting on the #1 objective. You got Goblin Wolf Riders looking to poke them a little bit here, but they are going to need to play very cagily. Senegor throwing axes are a brutally efficient unit. They are excellent in melee and also in the skirmish phase. Their throwing axes are very, very, very painful to get hit by. They do a wicked amount of damage, way higher than Marauder throwing axes, in fact. Add on to that, they're rowdy, and the ITP that comes from Primal Fury, and they're one of the most annoying skirmish tools in the entire game to get a handle on. Ungor Raiders opening fire on some of the Savage Orc Airboys, it looks like, but also going to take a lot of fire in return. It's a pretty small front line for the Beastmen. This is not very well suited for scrapping into the Orc Boys. Ungor Spearherd are a really good defensive tool. They can scrap against stuff like goblins. They can help control troll pressure. They can also hold off Wolf Riders and the like, but, you know. Orc Boys with their Wa active especially tend to just massively outvalue the Spearmen. But we do have the Butchers of Kalkengard, and they're going to get a great charge off here. They get right up into the heart of this Orc Boy, stopping the momentum of this unit completely, ruining their chance of getting a good charge off against this Ungor Spearherd in the center. Torox needs to get active. Torox is a very aggressive lord. It needs to be used that way as well. Combat is his, like, bread and butter. And getting him engaged up into the Stone Trolls would be the best place for him to be right now. That's really where he can rack up some substantial value right now. Butchers of Kalkengard do crush the Orc Boys here fairly quickly, but Orc Boys Spears are actually Goblin Spears. Going to be holding up the advance in the front line. Butchers need to get through very quickly. They do not want to get shot by all these bows. The bows are going to shred them. Now, the Butchers of Kalkengard are a great unit because of the regeneration. They cause terror. They've got the silver shields. They're high leadership. Really good stats. But they lose access to the shield while they're in melee combat, and then they only have 45 armor to mitigate the missile fire, and that can be really, really brutal for them. In fact, what they need to do right now is just completely withdraw. Butchers need to get the hell out of here, and you need to save as many of these models as possible. They're retreating right now. Hopefully, they're not going to drop more than another, like, 3 or 4. If they've got something like 10 models left and they can regen for, you know, like a minute or so, they should be able to come back in with about half their HP, and then they'll be able to get very aggressive. Senegors on the flanks are able to collapse on the Savage Orc Airboys, but you do get the wall popped at the same time. The Airboys actually should have stayed here and fought because they have good weapon strength and melee attack with the wall active. They could have helped beat up on these Senegors. Instead, they take a bunch of damage as they're trying to retreat. Jabberslythe is out on the field, very good at clearing out infantry blobs against low leadership factions. It's got the Aura of Madness, which is a nice little Mortis engine in a radius around it, as long as units are at Wavering Leadership or worse. Should be able to get a little bit of work done here. Looks like one of the Senegor throwing axes has perished. Yeah, here they are, being run down by the Goblin Wolf Riders. Not a lot of value to show for it, unfortunately. And the other Senegor throwing axes used all its ammo and not gotten a whole lot of value for it all. Definitely a shame there. Where'd the Jabberslythe go? Where the hell is it? It was just here. Oh, here it is. Very maneuverable monster. Don't let the 65 speed fool you. The Jabberslythe is probably one of the more maneuverable single entities in the game. It's got pretty good turn radius. It's got great collision attacks. It's got a ton of mass at 5,500. It's like a Kembrian War Sphinx Light. I wouldn't say it's quite as good as the Kembrian War Sphinx, but it can definitely hold its own. and contribute enough value to get pretty damn close to the kind of efficiency that you're looking for in the Tomb King's single entities, which I would say are probably the premier single entities in the game. But you can see it's continuing to just chunk down the infantry here. You get some nice flocks of doom going off from the Bray Shaman Beastcaster. It's got about 654 value. Definitely got a lot more work to go. You've got the Synagore throwing axes charging down the Orc Boarboy Biggins, who are definitely going to take a little bit of poke here, although they should just turn around. And then with the fire support from the Wolf Rider archers, you should be able to wear down this Synagore unit fairly quickly. They're actually going to charge into melee combat here, which isn't a bad idea. They are engaged against another target, so it's going to take a little bit of time for them to turn around and start beating up on the Wolf Riders, but once some of these Centaur models do so, they should tear those little wolves apart. It's really not a great fight for them. Although the Centaurs are getting very well handled by the Savage Orc Boarboys. Such a cheap, cost-effective unit. You don't even see the Biggins nearly as much as you used to. They're still a fairly decent unit, but the Savage Orc Boarboys tend to be the more cost-effective option just because they have such a high charge bonus and good weapon strength. They shred stuff as they're getting up into melee combat in the initial phases of those fights. They usually get a big lead, and then they're just so cheap and durable because of their HP pool that they tend to outlast just about everything else. 6,800 HP is quite a bit for a cavalry unit. You compare that to, like, an Empire Knight, and I believe the Savage Orc Boarboys have about 400 or 500 more HP, which doesn't sound like a tremendous amount, but makes a big difference for the survivability of models. And for factions that don't really have any sources of healing, that makes a huge difference for them. Jabberslythe, it got a decent number of kills, but didn't really get its value back, which is a big problem, because the Eldoof is falling behind pretty badly now. And you've got Centaur great weapons being charged down by Goblin Wolf Riders. You can see the Goblin Wolf Riders not having a whole bunch of an impact here as they get into this fight. But they are chipping a little bit of HP off this very annoying and honestly pretty intimidating unit. Synagore great weapons can do some great damage if they just stay on the move and hit and run. I love them to death, man. The Stone Trolls with 1,200 value, great performance out of the Stone Trolls. They've been a nice heavy hitter for the Greenskins here, clearly. Bestigor scrapping, finishing off some Savage Orc Boarboys, which is nice for them. Torax with 1,000 value is really damn good. He's got all of his items. I don't really like bringing Torax with too many items. I don't find that they're super impactful in general. Like, Rune Tortured Axes and Slaughterer's Call is really all I would go with. Brass Body is really annoying because you have to be fighting in melee combat for this to recharge. It lasts a decent amount of time, but it oftentimes is really inefficient. And that was a disgusting Vindictive Glare right down the flank of the Bestigor herd. They were, you know, fairly healthy. They had about 6,000 HP, and then they just get brutalized by the Glare as it smacks into the flank and cleaves through the entire unit. Taking out a decent number of models. You can see 12 kills and 434 value on this little Night Goblin Shaman from just a few casts of that. He's been popping Sneaky Stabbing for the most part, which has definitely helped the Greenskins in a lot of the frontline engagements, but man, oh man. Keeping some of those damage spells and knowing when and where to use them, as you can see, can make all the difference in the world for how a engagement goes, because honestly, the Bestigor herd would probably be able to chew through most of this infantry otherwise. Bestigor herd are really durable, and they're exceptionally cost-effective. A bunch of bodies for the Greenskins out on the flank here. We've got a Razorgore herd being chased away by Boarboy Biggins. Razorgore Herd are really good against heavy cavalry. I'm surprised we didn't see more of them earlier. As we saw all of the Savage Orc Boar Boys being summoned out and the Boar Boy Biggins. Razorgore Herd, if they get charges off against those units, will just massively uptrade into them. It is really ugly for the Greenskins if they just get hammered by something like that. Stone Trolls. I've lost quite a few models now. I'm not sure what they were tangling with that beat them up so badly. But they're all the way out here on the flank, and the Centaurs, with their throwing axes, are back out on the field and looking to cause some mayhem. Definitely keeping these things honest and staying right behind them and continuing to chip away with the throwing axes. Wah gets dropped, so we've got some ITP going down on the Stone Trolls. And looks like they're going to help these Savage Orcs collapse on the Ungor Raiders, who overextend away from the Ungor Spearmen a little bit. They do get back into the friendly spears pretty quickly, but it's a very tattered unit. They probably won't hold too long either. Centaur Great Weapons are continuing their rampage, finally starting to get some pretty decent value, but the Beastmen are just so far behind on the value right now. Down almost a full 4,000 points. Definitely want to summon some Centaurs in to help kill this Goblin Wolf Rider. So, if you're running away with a Centaur throwing axe from something like a Goblin Wolf Rider, then something is going horribly wrong for you. Because Centaur throwing axes, they do have quite a bit less HP than a melee Centaur. But you can see the stat differential really isn't too terrible for them. They've still got, like, good leadership and a decent charge bonus. And against these really weak skirmish cavalry, they can scrap into them just by face-checking them. It's really not that bad of a fight, and just letting these guys get chased off into the Shadow Realm by a 300 gold unit while you're struggling on the middle points, really all of the points right now, is not the way to get into this game. And you're running out of room over here. And the Wolf Riders catch you anyways. You still don't have any assistance for your guys. You got 1,400 supplies. As you were getting close to the Vanguard, should have summoned out a Centaur here and charged those guys down. We saw it come out on the middle area of the field instead, where it's just being thrown up into the spearmen hordes that the orcs are throwing out on the field now. Or really, you've just got the one. You've got one spearman here, you've got some orc boys, but you do have a lot of missiles here. You can see a few of them trotting a little too close into the front line fights. Goreherds with the shields are scrapping and doing what they can. Centaur Great Weapons compromising a lot of backfield units here. They actually get a good charge off on the Morgrubs and the Goblin Wolf Riders, but good buffering with the Orc Boys, and there's a Stone Troll nearby. We get a really nice fermented fungi going down. So the Centaur Great Weapons get rampaged. They lose all of their melee defense because they barely have any to begin with. Fermented fungi lowers by a further 24. And that's going to be a pretty easy cleanup for the Greenskins, who are assuredly going to be winning this game now. The late game Jabberslythe is a cool unit to throw out, but I don't think is going to find a whole lot of success. And Torox is being slowly poked down by Orc Boy spears, which is a bit of a shame for him. You'd love to see him get a little bit more impactful value. It seems like he's been fighting a lot of infantry this game, and he's really the kind of tool that you want to use to bully the war boss, Stone Trolls, and the Shaman. And you want to keep him with the Butchers of Kalkengard. For how thin the Beastman front line was, what they really needed to do was play off of the off-angle objectives on the outsides and then force the Greenskins to split their army up. In fact, that's kind of what happened in my Faction Wars game, where like I was outmatched in the front line with what my opponent brought, so I just played really hard into the side points until my opponent was overwhelmed and the front line was gone, and then I was able to play up into the middle objective as well and lock the game down. Alright, Berserk is actually ready. Perfect timing. Just messaged me a couple minutes ago. Stone Trolls with great value. Rugloods, always a solid unit. 1,400 on those guys. Great, great stuff. Other Stone Troll didn't do much of anything. The Wolf Rider Archers were fairly impactful. They got some pretty good damage in there. And yeah, look at those Savage Orc Boar Boys. One of them with 1,200 value. Really good performance. The other mobile elements were solid. A little unspectacular, but the bodies ended up being the big sticking point for the Beastmen. They just couldn't clear it all out before reinforcements were trotting out on the field. And the Butchers were wildly inefficient. Only 500 value on those guys. They need to be doing a lot more. They're quite an expensive investment to be losing so early. Alright guys, give me a sec. Let me go hook up with my next opponent and get a lobby running. What map do we want to ban? We got Creeping Swamp banned, we've got Chateau and Edge of the Darkwood. I really don't like the idea of fighting on Chateau. Against Warriors of Chaos, the Soul of Damnation is going to be really hard to, Soul of Damnation will just absolutely clap me on Chateau, I think. So I think we need to play Edge of the Darkwood. This is going to be really tough. Warriors of Chaos do have a pretty good matchup in the Khorne, actually. There's a lot of really annoying units that you've got to contend with here. Hellstriders being one of the biggest ones. They are such a nasty unit. Plus you got Rotting Riders, who can be very hard to wrangle and deal with. Damn, Berserker's just ready to kick it off now. I'm going to need a second to build my army. Berserk brings some very, very bizarre builds. So it's not necessarily to my advantage to game plan for what I typically see from the Warriors of Chaos, because it could just be something out of nowhere, honestly. Just something like totally out of the box that I'm not expecting. I've actually got a pretty funny idea here. I have no idea if that's gonna work, though. Alright, let's be a little bit more serious with the build here. What do I need? I do want to win. I'm just not 100% certain I'll be able to beat Berserk. He's just such a good player, dude. We've had games in the past, and he has seriously clapped me. Is this too expensive? I think it is. What else? What am I lacking here? A lot of those guys. I just don't think I'm going to be able to, I don't think I'm going to be able to wait that long for that unit to come out, so I think I'm going to just, I think this is, going to be my army. We'll see how it goes. This is going to be a little bit difficult. Berserk is going to go for something really bizarre, I'm sure. And I just don't know if this build is going to be able to handle it, is the big worry. But I'm not gonna cower. We're gonna be aggressive here and play the points as hard as we possibly can. That's a tiny army, dude. 9 units, and then 7 in reserve. This is what I'm talking about, you know? Lots of Warriors of Chaos players tend to bring very same-ish builds. They don't get very inventive with it. But I have never seen Berserk bring something that other people bring. I think every game I've had against him, it's been off-meta shenanigans that, you know, only he is actually able to really make happen. Because there's lots of other really high-level players, but a lot of the time people are pretty dedicated to their, you know, like, more meta builds. And that's how they end up with such good win rates. This is a player who breaks the mold in a lot of ways. I think I'm done setting up. We'll see how long we can keep the scrap going here. I'm a little worried about it. Are we... We are flipped over. Just making sure that I'm not talking at a website image. I've done that a fair number of times. Okay, we're gonna get up on the point. Oh, we actually have Be'lakor. Hell yeah. Okay, Be'lakor is gonna be the Lord. Yeah, we've got a lot of horsemen. We've got 2 Chaos Warrior halberds. We'll just get back in the trees. We can't do much to all of these horsemen. The horsemen are gonna be a little bit too much for those guys to handle. We're gonna grab the number 1, and then we'll just rotate over to the other objectives. So there's no Soul of Damnation. I was a little worried about seeing the Soul of Damnation out, but it not being here does give me a little bit of pause for having the Skull Cannon, because Skull Cannons are honestly pretty abysmal into skirmish cavalry. There was once a time where they were a pretty solid unit. I think my opponent's actually coming over here to try and kick my ass a little bit. Oh yeah, because Be'lakor removes ITP, so we actually need to go defend all that. Let's get up on this point. Let's preserve our Furies as much as we can. Let's go over there. Let's try and keep those hounds from getting jumped on here. Yeah, Berserk is going to play this very cagey game, and I'm not going to find a whole lot of easy fights here, which is going to be really scary. He's got full mobility, obviously, so... I think I just need to go with another Fleshhound and maybe a Fury or something. Let's get the Skull Cannon shooting here. Let's just post up here with these guys. Let's try and get a fight here. Oh, these Fleshhounds I overextended like crazy. Oh, that's a huge loss. That's a big fumble on my part. I really can't afford to lose units like that. Get a little bit of damage here. We're going to get around. We're going to charge these guys into this fight. I think we should be able to do some good damage here. We kind of do. We need to pull back. We need to get Bloodthirster maneuvering around. Okay, please shoot those guys. I'm freaking begging you. Let's get away over here with those guys. Mino's gonna be a good call-in. Another Fury, I think, is necessary here. I actually really like this. Really cool, dude. Be'lakor has not been a mainstay of the Warriors of Chaos for quite a while now, actually. He's pretty uncommon in terms of popularity, I would say. My units are dropping orders over here, which is not good at all. Now, the Khorngor's got some good damage, but now we've got the Furies being collapsed on a little bit, which is not great. Skull Cannon is really not doing a whole lot here, which is a bit of a shame. I really would like it to be doing a little bit more damage. We're staying fairly even with our opponent, though, I will say that, which is really nice. Anytime you can play close with Berserk is a pretty good sign. Let's get a Bloodletter out to go after the Halberds now. A lot of crumbling on my units now, though. That's not a good sign. Let's get a Breath Attack in here. This Breath Attack is actually a lot better than people give it credit for, but it's a little lackluster here.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Let's engage onto these guys. Let's just try and get what damage we can here. We got Ace on the freaking Fallen out on the field now, which is kind of interesting. Let's get the Minos away. Let's get these guys in here. Let's get back up in the air. My opponent's mobility core is starting to outpace me a little bit. Skull Cannon's getting hammered. My opponent's going to grab the middle, which is not ideal for me.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Ouch. Here comes the Mortis engine of doom, man. This Mortis is gonna suck. It's gonna hammer me so hard. We're just gonna have to try and get away here. Minos are doing some damage. Oh, we actually got a break on those units here. So let's keep going after them. Keep the Furies running around and engaged elsewhere. Let's get the let's get this engagement going. Let's just have it popping off. I'm a little worried about the Exalted Bloodthirster in the midst of all of this. It's an awful lot for him to have to fight alone, ultimately. You got the Skull Cannon here. It's going to chase down those Halberds. We got a Bloodletter on the field. These Minotaurs drop their order. Oh my god. Units dropping orders is my pet peeve. It fills me with an indescribable and incandescent rage that is very hard to contain. Oh, God, that's so painful. Okay. Let's see what we can do. We need to go bail out our Lord there. Let's see what we can do with some Bloodletters into the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch.
One of your units has been destroyed.
If we just charge them in, are they going to be able to do anything, is the question. The Exalted Bloodthirster is kind of getting his ass kicked. Be'lakor is putting some serious hurting down on him, and my Minotaurs are very weak here right now. Yeah, that's a really good rear charge. I think that's going to be the end of me. It's really close, but my mobility is gone, and my opponent still has Marauder Horsemen on the field, which is not great for me, and my Minotaurs were just not good. I doubt they even got 1,000 value. Yeah, they did not. The Brutes of the Hound were okay. We can't really engage with our big boy right now, which is another problem. Let's get into melee mode and just go after these Forsaken, I guess. We'll just bunker up on the middle point for a moment while the fleshies and other units kind of come out on the field. And we'll see what we can do to anchor this. I just don't think I can kill Aeson, is the big problem. Aeson is going to be way too much to handle for my very beleaguered and tattered army, I think. Especially with my Bloodthirster struggling so bad, dude. He is honestly done pretty well. 2,300 value on him is nice, but him dying is going to be the end of me. Khorne is not very good when their lords have died. The army tends to fold up pretty hard. How the Skull Cannon do? I don't think it's done a whole lot, to be quite honest. The Fleshhounds over there are doing some pretty good damage, and we do have Fleshhound over here securing that flank fight, which is awesome. We've actually got my opponent having to disengage here. Oh, but those guys crumbled out. Oh, the Lance Knights from the flank got him. Okay, let's get the surround on Be'lakor. If we kill Be'lakor, I think we win the game. Ah, but he's gonna get away. Ah, so slippery, dude. Alright, let's just hold on to the middle. Let's get the Blood Beasts up. Screw it. We need something here. That's a really good hold off from the charge there, actually. See, he's just delaying until the halberds can get up over here, and I'm not going to have a great answer for those. Yeah, actually get this Fleshhound out of there. See if we can get a charge off here. Some of those Minotaurs actually make contact. The Khorngors are going to get isolated. I can't really afford to have them fighting alone. Their leadership is bad. It's not good enough right now, especially against Be'lakor, who removes ITP from units. See my units starting to fall apart a little bit here. We're going to have the Bloodletters engage my opponent's halberds as best they can. You can see the Khorngors routing out of the middle here with absolutely no value. We need the Fleshhounds over. I should have rotated them sooner. The Minotaurs are grinding pretty well. I don't know if they're going to be able to hang on, though. I think that Be'lakor is about to rout the rest of my army. Oh, I think we were just a couple plays away from being able to win this game. I'm pretty sure that that is going to be me needing to tap out. My opponent's bringing in durable units. My Skull Cannon is sandwiched right now between two entities that I am just not going to be able to handle. Yeah, and it's going to crumble out. Ah, but it got okay value. It actually wasn't that bad. Just fire off one last angry shot before it crumbles out. Maybe you'll get one more. My whole army is gone. We've effectively been tabled. The Tzeentch Knights were used really well. 1,800 value on those guys is pretty damn impressive. We'll concede it there. Be'lakor does also heal against wavering units. That was a really great game by Berserk. He just had that slight edge that was needed to take that game. His horsemen got great value. We did a good job of handling the halberds, but Be'lakor was just way better than my Bloodthirster. I brought the Exalted Bloodthirster to kill the Soul of Damnation. I probably should have given him Deathbringer, because then he could have fought Be'lakor a lot better. One Mino paid for itself, the other did not do nearly as well. I didn't play around my infantry very effectively. I probably should have just had 2 Khorngors in the opening. Brutes of the Hound were solid, they didn't quite pay for themselves. Furies were pretty mediocre. The Fleshhounds also didn't seem to do great. One of them was okay. God, I just don't know what you do against the Warriors of Chaos mobile play. There was a Hell Cannon in reserve, too. It's just like all the good anti-Khorne stuff with no fluff. That's a lot to handle. Alright, we are actually going to go cast the finals for the new player tournaments, since those are kicking off, like, right about now. I'm going to invite, both the people who made it in. Oh god, no, I did not mean to click on this. No Microsoft Teams, I actually do not want you around. Please go away. For how tough of a matchup that is for Khorne, I don't think we could have played a tremendous amount better. I think we did about as good as could be asked. Bloodthirster needs like 2,000 more additional health. I agree. The Bloodthirster, it does not need to be as low HP as it is. I mean, 8,500 is a lot of health, but give it like 1088 HP. Please. I mean, it's as fair of a SE as could possibly be found. It doesn't have any healing. If it had 2,000 more health, then I think that you would see it be mixed in a little bit more. I'm like really one of the few people who actually uses them more than just as kind of a I'm screwing around pick. I actually think that they have some utility in quite a few matchups, especially because of the terror they cause. The reason that you don't see them is, again, because they are a little weak on the survivability front for how big and scary of a monster they're supposed to be. And, Valkia and Skulltaker, and even Arbal, provide a little bit more utility in general. Like, Arbal's really hard to catch because he's stupidly fast. He's a tiny target. He's got a bunch of extra missile defense and spell resistance because he's on a Fleshhound. Makes him really hard to snipe. He's got a pretty good spawn summon that can execute some dangerous, like, low-health units. His explosion is actually pretty strong. That's another nice thing about him. Valkia has Sloupnir and is quick and can dive bomb some pretty scary big targets with Demon Shield and just scrap them down for how cheap she is. And then Skulltaker is just the best lord by far. Skulltaker is an impenetrable wall against most factions. You have to commit really hard to killing him, and he's got a lot of survivability with his high leadership and Gore Feast. That's why you see Skull Taker in pretty much every matchup. Alright. I'm about ready here. I actually think against Berserk's army what I needed was a Skull Crusher. Because Skull Crushers are very high impact. They beat stuff like Zinch Knights pretty hard. They're very, very, very resilient to missile fire that isn't armor piercing. Because they have 130 armor. They've also got a bronze shield, which is really nice. So the throwing axes even have a more difficult than average time of hammering into them. It's because they actively block 30% of all damage that's incoming. And with the extra speed that they have over, like, your Blood Beasts and over the Minotaurs, they can actually catch the Marauder Horsemen. Because there were a couple times where I was just about to catch them, and, like, fully just pounce on the Horsemen against Berserk. But because those Horsemen are so quick, he was just able to maneuver them away from my Minotaurs a couple of times. And, with the Skull Crushers, I don't think he would have had that same level of success. Plus, they'd be able to lock down Bellicor and beat up on Aeson. Because they are pretty exceptional against large targets. I've seen them do some pretty incredible up-trading into single entities. Welcome, welcome to stream, guys. Nice to have y'all here. We're going to be doing a little bit of finals action. Not the Faction War finals. For any of you who's here for the Faction Wars, I already played both my games. I lost a really close one this last time around. If you're curious, go back on the stream and watch them. But for everybody else who wants to stick around and watch the finals of the new player tournament, please feel free. It's going to be a great time. The new player tournaments are always hype. They're really good games too. People seem to... I've heard from some more experienced people a little bit of elitism towards newer players, but I do understand the temptation to fall into that. But most new players... the only reason that they don't beat more experienced folks is because they just don't understand some of the more nuanced interactions between units is really the biggest thing. Most of the time, newer people are, like, damn good at the game and put on some exceptionally entertaining matches. Alright guys, I'm saving some more replays. I see they're loading in here. We'll give it a minute until they're all set up. And then I'll come back. So we're on Creeping Swamp, which is a really cool map. One of my, is it one of my favorites? It's okay, it's okay. It's a pretty cool map. It's got some fun terrain on it. You got these two forests here that are actually pretty fun to keep your units in and play out of. You can do a lot of mix and match pushing off of the points from these forests. because you can move out onto either the 3 or the 2, and it's really nice for more melee-oriented factions to be able to post up in the trees and avoid missile fire. Because unlike land battles and conquests, where there's really hard and fast rules about not having main fights in forests, that's mostly because the goal in conquests and land battles is mostly killing your opponent's army. In domination mode, the points are the main focus and factor. I would say for about a solid 70% of games are really about how you play the points. There's a few matchups, just depending on who you're playing as, that are about killing your opponent's army. But usually, Terrain is a really nice supplement for the kind of tactics that you can, like, exercise and play around in this mode. So we got a couple of Dryads. We've got a very aggressive Wood Elf army here. There's a lot of Glade Guard, yeah, but it's mostly the standard guys. There is one Starfire Shaft. And the Sisters of Twilight are up on their Eagle. Gwendolord's Vantage, you got Eagle Quiver. Obviously got the 2 missile types that these, characters can swap between. One's like an anti-large in form of shooting, and then the other is a like anti-infantry focused missile. Being on their Eagle, they're not gonna be nearly as strong in the melee fights, but they really shouldn't have to do that a whole lot. Against the Greenskins, honestly, the Sisters just want to fly overhead and probably just poke down Skarsnik here. Skarsnik is going to be rocking out a little bit today. He's a very rare sighting. Probably the least played of the Greenskin Lords, in fact. There's a whole lot to pick from, and there's plenty that don't get a lot of play. I mean, like the Orc Warlord. The Orc Warlord might be the most unpopular, but Skarsnik is probably neck and neck with the Orc Warlord, because he's honestly pretty similar. He's like an AP fighter. He's anti-large oriented, but doesn't really have the speed to engage large targets. Oftentimes, he's very reliant on the Fermented Fungi Rampage to do his damage. Alright, Rogue was getting water. He's gonna finish setting up now. I was wondering why the army was set up the way it was, but he's back. We'll be ready in a moment. The Night Goblins, this is the, I think this is the Warlord's Boys, is the unbreakable one with the loons. Oh no, they're literally called the Eight Peak Loonies. The Warlord's Boys are the Armor Sundering Night Goblins. It's weird that in actual games they don't have their ROR titles here. It's pretty funny. Anticipating the will of Skarsnik, this crack squad of Goblin Nutters, sorry, undertakes whatever devious chicanery is required to achieve victory. Chicanery mentioned. I'm a little worried about the Greenskin build. River Troll Hags are good casters. I don't know how it's gonna do with all the Glade Guard available to, like, shoot it to pieces, man. That's the thing I'm most worried about. Oh god, are we gonna be in a lag fest? Please don't let it be. It's a little laggy, but it's not that bad. It's like just a teeny bit slower. I think it might be evening out now, and we'll be able to get through this whole thing. Although I don't know. If it keeps lagging, I'm just gonna back out so that they can send the replay, and then we'll go and we'll just like watch semis matches or something. Super irritating, man. Sometimes the shenanigans with this game just go a little overboard.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Okay, it looks better. This is kind of just a point in case of the problems with peer-to-peer connections for multiplayer games that are RTS. It makes it very hard to spectate matches, because the second one person has a problem, everybody has a problem all of a sudden. River Troll Hag is moving into range to drop a Spirit Leech. Really nice damage on the Sisters, and they don't have nearly as much HP on the Eagle as the Dragon. Dragon has close to 7,500. This thing only 47, so 4 Spirit Leeches is going to get them in the danger zone. You can see it takes off almost 700 HP, which is a big problem. It's a huge imposition on such a vital and expensive Lord option. So, hanging in there, looking to poke the Goblin Rock Lobbers so that there's no need to move out of position. You can see shots coming in, trying to kill the artillery pieces themselves here. A few shots have gone in. The Arrow of Kurnus took out one model. I think another shot will kill this one. Yeah, it does actually take it out, so only 2 Rock Lobbers left. And you can see a little bit of a Dryad dodging action. A couple of them get taken out by the rocks, but they're going to move away. And a couple more shots will have finished off the Goblin Rock Lobber. And there's plenty of ammo for the Sisters of Twilight to do that. They've actually got a decent amount. It says they have 15 ammunition, but that's a lie. Like, straight up lie. They have 15 between the 2 entities. So technically, they actually have 30 ammunition. I don't know why they have never bothered to fix that tooltip, because for a lot of newer people, you're probably, like, sitting here wondering, they've been firing, like, all game. How have they used no ammunition? Somebody, like, kind of clued me onto that fact a little while ago, and it made a lot of sense. We had the Mither going down from the River Troll Hag, but to what ends, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it was trying to keep them in range to drop another Spirit Leech. And we get the last Arrow of Kurnus onto the Rock Lobber. I mean, it's a lot of shooting and value to be dumped into killing an artillery crew, and you can just unsummon this Rock Lobber and probably get about 300 gold back now. See how much they actually return as they go into the reserve here. Yeah, 150 actually. So, I mean, it's honestly fairly well worth it for the effort. The Sisters took so much damage, though, over there. That's the roughest thing about that trade. At least, though, the Wood Elves don't have to get pushed out of position to take these fights. In general, the Wood Elves have a higher quality front line. They've got all these War Dancers. They've also got the Eternal Guard. Spellsinger with the Shadows magic has Melkoths and Enfeebling Foe, which will be nice. Melkoths for, like, the Squig Hoppers and whatnot, and then you can use Enfeebling Foe so the War Dancers can get some really critical engagements in the front line. Lagging again, but it looks like it's evening out now once more. Skarsnik is now getting poked by the Sisters. It's going to take them a little bit of time to wear him out, but I do think that's the right call. You just want to finish off the Greenskin Lords whenever possible, because the leadership problems for the Greenskins are really ugly once Lords go down, because they don't have good leadership really anywhere outside of Black Orcs, and even Black Orcs have a fairly low overall total for such an expensive infantry piece at 72. When you're adding in a -16 or a -10, depending on the stage at which the Lord has died and how long it's been, that's gonna get really risky to continue taking engagements, especially with the kind of mobility that the Wood Elves are able to throw out. They're very, very good at getting rear charges and punishing people by just charging down the flanks and getting them all kinds of out of sorts. Slight lead for the Greenskins right now, but you gotta remember a lot of that's tied up in the Sisters of Twilight. You do get a Night Goblin Squig Hopper right up the middle, and it does get a little bit of damage on the Glade Guard. The Squig Herd summon has been much better, actually, though. It's actually gotten about 450 value here, and it's got a good amount of time left. These little guys are rampaging too right now, so they're, you know, Squig's going wild. Their leadership is actually pretty good as long as they're fighting something within the 30-meter radius. It just gives them a straight-up 12 buff to leadership. They do get collapsed on now, but 500 value out of a 200 gold summon is Value City. It also forces the Greenskins infantry into a fight against all of the mobility for the Wood Elves. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are not going to like fighting all of the Savage Orc boys here. Or actually, it's just regular old Orc Biggins. So Orc Biggins and an Orc Boy scrapping against quite a lot here. The Wraiths of the Frozen Heart are a really dangerous unit against these guys. Looks like the Fanatics cast went off, but didn't really make good contact. Kind of missing the Glade Riders. It is a pretty random area of effect. Can be a little bit difficult to get the kind of impact you're looking for sometimes. Another really good Spirit Lead. Sisters of Twilight are danger low here. And another Goblin Rock Lobber coming out just to hammer at the Glade Guard. Couple shots coming in here. Only one of those boulders actually making good contact, taking it down. About 4 of the Glade Guard, a few more shots coming in and whiffing a little bit. Wild Hunters of Kurnus actually holding up pretty well here. Getting away from the Orc Biggins and leaving the elite Dryads to clear out all of the Orcs here. It's a very good call. This is one of the best RORs in the game, dude. They've got the Chilling Aura and Frostbite, so your speed gets debuffed into the absolute pits when you're fighting against them. They're impossible to disengage against, even for cavalry sometimes. Boar Boy Biggins getting chunked down now. The Glade Guard are, you know, looking a little ragged, but it has meant that the frontline fights have been very fair. In fair frontline fights for the Greenskins here, I don't know if those are going to end up evening out for them. Dryads and War Dancers are both excellent against Chaff, but not very good against Black Orcs, and the Black Orcs are anchoring this middle point so well right now. The Swamp Things are in here. Swamp Things can terror out Dryads. Dryads do have the, or wait, no, they have ITP at base, so never mind, they can't rout them. But, do War Dancers have it naturally? I guess they might. Wow, that's a lot of ITP on the field, man. So, Swamp Thing's not going to be able to get any terror outs. I don't know why I thought the Dryads had a Frenzy, but I guess it's just the Wraiths. The Wraiths are the unit that has Frenzy, and you see them all the time, so I guess I'm just mixing up the two. Dryads continuing to fight. Eternal Guard are getting ground down over here pretty nicely now. The back pressure faltered for a little bit here, but it's getting ramped back up. You've got Squig Herds coming in, Squig Hoppers. It's taken the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. It's taken everything they have to win these fights right now. Enfeebling Foe popped at the perfect moment. Orc Boar Boy is getting munched on in this fight right now. The Melkoths hammering down their HP, plus the Enfeebling Foe allows the Wild Hunters to, you know, form a nice little bulwark against this Cav unit that's trying to dive into the back line. And I think that the Wild Hunters are going to be able to finish these guys off. With the Squig Herds in here now, though, there could be odds-on chance of this flipping the other way now, just because of the bodies and the HP that these Squig Herds provide. The buffering was really nice, and now the Boar Boy Biggins actually breaking through. Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting pushed back, and a further wave of reinforcements being mostly Dryads. They got a lot of infantry that they can work on. There's some Savage Orcs here who do rely on Physres for their defenses. Dryads will be really good into those guys. A lot of Orc Biggins left, and looks like the Glade Guard are being taken out here. Rogue AI is in a little bit of trouble right now. I don't know if there's going to be enough sauce here for the Wood Elves to be able to maintain a battlefield presence into the late game. It's really close, though. This is very much within a margin of error for mistakes from either side. All it takes is for a few leadership breaks, kind of like what's happening here, to swing this in the favor of the Wood Elves. You've just barely got the Wraiths hanging on, though. And the Orc Biggins don't look like they're going to be going anywhere. There's no terror for the Wood Elves either. A terror-causing unit for the Wood Elves would be really nice. That's why maybe the Dragon version of the Sisters would be a little bit of a better choice, in fact. They're continuing to hound down the River Troll Hag, but she's pulling back. She's staying a decent pace ahead of the Sisters here. They're going to run out of ammo fairly shortly. They've got about 6 volleys left, and all this time of spending shooting the River Troll Hag just means that the Greenskins are going to continue their frontline press here. Oh, Skarsnik went down sometime within this fight. I don't know where he died at, though. Wow, so the Sisters killed Skarsnik, potentially. They've got 1,500 value. He is fairly expensive. I don't know what else could have done it. I mean, I don't even know where he was fighting for most of this game. Skarsnik's so sneaky that Castard can't even pay attention to him. Oh, a long-range Spirit Leech going down on the Sisters. They are going to pop their Conjoined Destiny now. God, if only there was a missile unit available to shoot them right now, you could probably finish them off. Leadership wavering for the Sisters of Twilight, but they barely hang on with 400 HP. Conjoined Destiny going to keep them in this game, and the River Troll Hag actually going to be pushed back. Leadership breaks, a couple more shots come in. I don't know if she'll be able to rally before she runs off. I guess with the regen it probably would happen. You can see it actually stiffening up immediately there. Sisters, though, continuing their pursuit and continuing to chip away at the HP. But out of ammo now. I just commit the Sisters over there to just beat the River Troll Hag down. Oh my god, but an ill-timed shatter on the caster here for the Greenskins. And the backline fights, just still an absolute mess of a battle over here. I mean, just brutality across the field. There's bodies everywhere, man. The entire missile line for the Wood Elves is gone. A lot of the War Dancers have been dealt with. The Dryads and the Black Orcs and the War Dancers are still fighting in the same place that they were, like, what, 5 minutes ago? 10 minutes ago? Not 10 minutes ago. I don't know, maybe like 7. I mean, it's been ages and this fight is still somehow going. And the Black Orcs with 1,000 value. Oh, they have a movable Bulwark active. Raising their melee defense up to 60 might be the reason why there hasn't been a breakthrough here. Wow, impressive stuff, man. Skarsnik comes back out. Gonna get that leadership looking a lot more solid here in the late game for the Greenskins, and that could be all you need, right? I was mentioning how bad the leadership problems are for the Greenskins, and that was probably part of the reason why they were faltering for a little bit there. But rallying up now, they've got a ticket lead. I would honestly not overextend. I would just stay up on the number 2 and the number 3 here and just fight on those points for the rest of this game. There's not really any reason to push up onto the number 1. This is where the Wood Elves have something of an army hanging in. Hawkeye's Jakira on the field with 1,100 value. Sneaking around and just dropping shots, and they do have that Discourage effect, which is going to lower leadership by 16. Going to be really good for these very low health Orc Boarboy Biggins. Hanging around here with about 1,800 and 2,000 HP apiece. Leadership already looking a little flimsy with a minus 16 stacked on top of that. That's where they could start to flee and cause leadership problems for their allies. Units do get a small penalty for units routing nearby. It's not as oppressive as it is in other Total War games, though. But every little bit can help. this Dryad being sent way off into the back line to try and get after this Rock Lobber, which has used all of its ammo. I mean, it got no value the first time around, but here it's actually gotten 600 value in. It's about how much it costs. Oh, man, I'm wondering now if the Sisters of Twilight hanging on to their ammunition, that they spent a lot of ammunition killing the first Rock Lobber. And it just hasn't seemed to be high enough impact to have been committed to killing, honestly. It's hard to say. I mean, it's very hard to sit under artillery fire and stay patient, but there are times where it's the right move to just ignore the artillery on the field. I think a Rock Lobber is not a big enough threat to be going for these big backline dives and commitments of a lot of very high-value ammunition. The Sister of Twilight have about 1,800 value, but if maybe they had used the 3 volleys that they spent killing the Rock Lobber on Skarsnik, or even the River Troll Hag earlier, they may have had a bit more of an impact here. I would say that the Sisters were useful, but they just haven't been a carry piece, right? And when you're lacking a big late-game terror-causing monster, if the Sisters of Twilight are just hovering around 1,800 value, I mean, that's about how much they cost to bring out onto the field in the first place. They don't have a lot of fights that they can commit to here. Even fighting against something like Orc Boys, these Gladies don't have the most resilient armor. I mean, look how low it is. And Skarsnik immediately pops them right in the face. Oh my god, and chunking through their health pool. Conjoined Destiny going to be proccing here. Very lucky that the Sisters didn't just die outright. Wow, oh wow, Skarsnik pissed there. He was not having it. And now he's just scrapping away with the Eternal Guard. He is a pretty big model, but he is infantry sized technically. His little Squigus is the is the big reason that you would think he might be a large entity. But for whatever reason, they just kept him as a small infantry-sized model. I guess they're just counting Skarsnik himself. Goblin's just there to aura farm for him, I think. A lot of Glade Riders, and then Wild Riders coming in too. Good charges also. Shocking down a lot of these orcs, but not enough time to get the caps. And that's going to be a really well and hard-fought victory for the Greenskins here. They did a really good job of making sure that the missile line was compromised and shut down. You can see the Glade Guards still got some decent value across the board. One of them didn't get much of anything, though. And the bigger thing was not allowing them to use all their ammunition and then get unsummoned. One War Dancer paid for itself, the other not so much. I'm pretty sure this War Dancer here with 400 value is the one that was fighting the Black Orc all game. The Black Orc unit was incredible. I mean, wire-to-wire performance from this unit. They were still fighting at the end of the game. 1,200 value, 196 kills. A little bit inefficient on the Swamp Things, unfortunately. 8 Peak Loonies with about 900 value is pretty nice. Biggins doing well. Orc Boys scrapping really effectively. The Eternal Guard held up okay. But without the Glade Guard to launch volleys into the front line, that's where the fights really started to swing in the favor of the Greenskins. And it was the reason why they were able to just maintain presence on their 2 points all game and close it out. Don't Try So Hard did a really good job of staying contained. Pushes went in, fairly well coordinated. There weren't any massive overextensions. A couple of moments that were a little suspect, but beating the Wood Elves is no easy task, and it was handled with I would say quite a bit of finesse here. Wow, 1,700 gold on this Squig Hopper here, 1,300 on another. Some of the Boar Cav did better than others. That's kind of par for the course. The reason that these guys are so scary It's because the Orc Boar Boys are just so like reasonably priced. You can bring so many of them out. River Troll Hag with 2,300 value, and the Sisters not quite measuring up to the performance that was needed here. A bit of a shame. I would just ignore the Rock Lobber next time. But that's a live and learn kind of situation, I would say. Well, that's what I mean. Like, exactly what you're saying, Piston. Like, 2 Dowie cannons is way more of a threat than a Rock Lobber. Rock Lobbers are fairly inaccurate. They really take, like, the full amount of ammunition to really value trade. Dowie cannons are crazy accurate, and the leadership debuffs are brutal. Those you do need to have some kind of a answer for. It depends on what artillery it is, Rost. If it's the Rock Lobbers, kill the 2 models and just leave them, yeah. Dowie artillery, never ever leave Dowie artillery alive. They are so insane. I would not call Warhammer 3 optimized, fair enough. Yeah. That was a really good game, Rogue. There were just a couple of things that might have tipped it in your favor. Not engaging the Black Orcs was probably one of the bigger ones, and the Sisters of Twilight did use a lot of ammo on the Rock Lobber. I've mentioned it so many times, I don't think I need to say it too many more. But if you weren't here while the game was going on, which I imagine you probably weren't, then it's worth considering not wasting so much of their ammo on that one artillery piece. No, see, the goblin that summoned the Squig Herd, the Squig Herd summon itself got about 500 value. I know the big bosses don't seem like a very good unit because they really don't get a lot of value themselves. But the value of the Squig summon into the backline cannot be understated because that's such a good initiation tool for those kind of matchups. Because Wood Elves are very strong in the mobility department. They're usually exceptionally good at shutting down dives into their missile lines, and even though the Greenskins were able to kill the Glade Guard, I would say it took quite a bit of an investment from the Greenskins player, so the Squig Summon just outright killing a Glade Guard right off the bat, and then requiring a huge investment from the Wild Hunters of Kurnus and a couple of other units to shut them down and finish it off, gave time for the other side of the formation to be compromised by the Boar Cav and the Squig Hoppers. I was very unimpressed with Skarzanek. I was not surprised to see him not value trade at all. He just is too slow to do it. But at the end of the game, he got a couple good shots in against the Sisters of Twilight. You know, once they're out of ammunition on that Eagle, they are incredibly squishy, don't provide a lot of melee utility, and they lack terror. The terror was so important to have. And I think finding a way to fit some kind of terror-causing unit in here for the Wood Elves would also make a big difference in this matchup, because Greenskins don't have a lot of units to hold up against that, especially when they're already fighting against high damage value units, right? Like, we saw quite a few War Dancers, lots of Dryads were out. Just a big, angry anchor piece to scare all of the Greenskins off the points would have been nice. I'm curious how Durthu is actually is in that matchup. Like, just cut Durthu down to literally the bare basics, and you do Flock of Doom and Sword of Daith. He's cheap as hell. He's got 10,000 HP. He's untouchable in melee combat. You literally can't fight Durthu with anything short of, I don't know, like a hard counter. You need, like, Valkia to come in and, like, chip at him or something. Scarbrand, I think, can beat Durthu. That's actually worth testing out. Does Scarbrand beat Durthu in the head-to-head? You would think, but Durthu does have the Ancient Protector, which negates magic damage early on in fights. I'm going to test this out. I'm going to bring Scarbrand with all the stuff I usually throw on him. And we'll see what a fairly bare-bones Durthu is able to do against him. Let's go find Arnheim. It's going to be a interesting little test. I don't think you'd ever see this fight actually play out, to be quite honest, but just to get an idea of what Durthu can and can't do. I can also test Durthu into somebody like Kolek. Really, the nice thing about Durthu is the Sword of Daith just deletes everything in a radius around him, and then Flock of Doom is, you know, it's got a 100-meter cast range, which is just fairly short, but again, if you're going to be playing off of an objective that you're planning on anchoring, then 100 meters of range on Flock of Doom is plenty to get damage off on a few mobility fights at the very least. You can just use Old Boy here and his 35 speed to just kind of bulldoze around the field and try and finish up the fights out on the edges. So Scarbrand pops his Wrathful Reaper. Getting his weapon strength up to 992 here. He is chunking through Durthu pretty nicely. Oh, this actually debuffs armor. Let's debuff Scarbrand's armor for a moment. You can see it's actually fairly even right now. Both sides have pummeled one another. Down to about 7,000 HP. Dude, Durthu might actually be able to beat Scarbrand. Scarbrand just not making good contact. He's not, no weird AI debuffs going on. It looks like Durthu might be wearing out now, though. Come on, buddy. Athelloren needs you. The worry is once Durthu gets below half HP, he's going to lose this Ancient Protector, and that's going to be another boost to the damage output of Scarbrand, because he was missing out on the magic attacks, and now he actually gets the benefit of them. Oh, and he's going to pop Wrathful Reaper again. I think that's going to be night-night for Durthu, but he held up pretty well against Scarbrand, all things considered. You got to factor in all the other units that form up around Durthu as well. At 2,300 gold, you know, so this is a 2,900 gold Scarbrand, Durthu at 2,300, and then all of the other Wood Elf units that you can throw out that can actually shoot some of these big combat lords. I think against the Greenskins, Durthu could have, I think he could have a pretty good time. Especially against those wider builds. All those arrows and missiles into Durthu are really just going to bounce off of him. He's got 110 armor, and he's got the physical resistance and missile resistance. There's not really any fire damage available for the Greenskins either. I can't think of a single unit, in fact, that has it. Is there anything with flaming attacks in here? Nah, dude. Seems like a, I don't know, I might actually try playing Wood Elves and go Durthu sometime. I was practicing them a lot at one point, but I've kind of fallen off. I've just been sticking with my usual lords. Always like Lamentations better than Sword. The Sword of Daith is just a deterrent to blobbing up on Durthu with a bunch of cavalry, because he's going to delete them. Sword of Daith does an absolutely brutal amount of damage. It's, you know, the same damage profile as Flock of Doom. The 62, 125 damage, except it lasts 17 seconds. And it does have range on it, so you can cast it a little bit away from Durthu if you need to. Lamentations is okay. It's very short range, though. It's an unlimited number of uses, which is kind of a nice selling point. So you can probably pop that on him, too. Maybe against the Greenskins, that would also be pretty nice to have, just for late game damage. I'd be curious to see how it works out. I think we've done enough blathering about Durthu and his potential applications, though. Let's watch some Round 4 Chowie versus High Elves. Haven't seen any High Elves on the stream today, so this is going to be a pretty entertaining game. They're a very tough faction to get a handle on. Fairly flimsy on the leadership, not the leadership, the HP front. Could leave them in a little bit of a hole against all these Chaos Dowie Warriors. The Chaos Dowie Warriors actually, against the Rangers here, should have a whale of a time. They've got a ton of melee defense and armor that the Rangers are going to have a hard time getting through. The Hobgoblin Archers will be good for poking, too. Yeah, let's go. I love the Chaos Dowie's, like, evil Dowie speak. It sounds a lot like the black speech of Morgoth from, like, Lord of the Rings, to me. So he's going to be flying forward on his Bale Taurus. Always the best option for these guys, unless there's, like, one or two matchups of the Lamasus are a pretty good option for these dudes. Usually, though, you just want their combat prowess on the Taurus. It's got a breath attack. They've got really good spell kits. They've got Chalice, which did get nerfed, but sometimes you can get heals off. So we'll see if there's going to be any opportunities to get a little bit of healing with this guy. And the pistol is kind of nice, too. You know, you just sit up and plink away with it. It gets you, like, 20, 30 value per shot, as long as it's actually hitting. Whiffs on the Rangers horribly there. Come on, buddy. I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, that Death Shriek hammering the Tirnoch Chariots. Tirnoch Chariots, I'm intrigued as to why Eldeno brought those. I don't really think Tirnoch Chariots are going to have a lot of applications against the Chaos Dowie. And they're just getting annihilated by that Death Shriek right now. High Elves don't really have a lot to dive back there either. Tyrion is not really a super impactful lord compared to a lot of other options for the High Elves. There was a time where he was your best choice, but I think now that Eltharion is just by far and away the best High Elf lord, and it's not even close. I think Alariel is right behind him. And either of those two would actually be able to get into the back line, because they're both on flying mounts. They could at the very least threaten this thing, and your opponent would have to play a little bit closer around it. The Rangers are moving in, but an Iron Demon makes its way out onto the field. It will easily flatten this Ranger unit. Provided it gets off of the Death Shriek, you can see a little bit of a traffic jam here. It's trying to get away from here. It just can't find its way off of that unit. Actually going to be maneuvering away and up to the front line. I don't really think you need a whole lot of help here. Eldeno is in a lot of trouble in the front line. One Ranger has gone down really hard. You can see its tattered remains over here. The other two are not looking a whole lot better off. And you still have the Death Shriek trying to get in and hit the remaining Tirnoch Chariot that's on the field. Well, actually, both are left, but one's down to 2 models and only 1,000 HP. They're also stuck in this Chaos Dwarf unit right now. One of them is kind of breaking out. Oh, the Rangers really don't want to try and run away at this current moment. They're going to take a lot of damage as they try and push past the Chowie here. Yeah, man, the Rangers are just not getting it done. Oh my god. The Iron Demon coming in and just brutalizing them. Immediate terror route goes down. 19 kills from one engagement on that Iron Demon. God, these things are so funny. Shotgun blast. Sends what remains of these guys running, just in case they thought they wanted to rally. They are definitely feeling the heat at this current moment. Pretty nice, or actually the Searing Doom, honestly, kind of chunking the War Lions here a little bit. Does do a little bit of damage to the Laborers and the Chowie Warriors, but I think the High Elves may have just pressed themselves forward a little too early. Lothern Seaguard, brutal shot coming in from the Death Shriek. Definitely paying for itself here. I mean, 1100 value already. It's basically killed one Tyrannoc Chariot. You can see the one remaining model off of it is fleeing with 100 value to its name. You really want the Lion Chariots if you're going to go for Chariots for the High Elves, especially against a faction that can bring heavily armored infantry. The War Lion Chariots are just easily the better choice. Trying to rely on the Pope from the Tyrannocs might be okay into like the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, but that's really the only thing that it's going to be able to threaten. The lack of AP on this Chariot is just too much for it to deal with here against all these Chowie Warriors. And they don't really even have very high weapon strength to begin with. They really are a kite unit. In the current iteration of the game, I think Tyrannocs might only be decent into the Demons of Chaos. That might be the only matchup where it can get some value. More shots coming in from the Death Shriek, killing a couple of the War Lions there with a well-timed shot. Wolf Raiders coming out. Wolf Raiders trade really well into the War Lions. The War Lions don't have a lot of armor. So when the Wolf Raiders actually engage into combat, if they get Cowardly Despoilers off, or if they just get a really clean charge, with the 40 charge bonus they have, as long as they're not outnumbered, they usually are going to outtrade these guys. War Lions just have 24 models, very easy to get surrounded by cavalry. And the leadership on these War Lions is also a little bit of a problem. 55 is not terrible, but it is fairly low. Especially without infantry support. I think what the High Elves do to have a much more competitive game with this build is you just keep all your units in the trees so that the Death Shriek can't really shoot at you, and you build up all your War Lions and just get them up into the trees with your infantry. And then once you have all the War Lions out, you send your Rangers up into the front line, and the Rangers can clear out the Laborers, and then the War Lions come in to help clear out the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. You do it all in one go together. Them all fighting separately has been the big hindrance on the value trading for the High Elves. They have done an okay job of keeping the value even. But Tyrion is just not going to be able to make anything happen all by his lonesome. And he really should be chasing down the Iron Demons. If you're going to bring Tyrion in this matchup, that's where his value is. You're not going to be able to get the Baeltor's character, obviously. There's no point in attacking Chaos Dwarf Warriors. It takes them too long to get through them all. Orc Laborers aren't worth it because they're a 250 gold unit, man. I mean, it's not worth engaging them. The Iron Demon is the threatening piece for your front line. When your front line's already at a disadvantage, you really just can't let these things get away with murder like it has here. Riding in and terrorizing the poor War Lions, who rout immediately. Oh, there's a Lore Master of Hoeth on the field, which is a cool unit. Hey, this guy might actually be okay in this matchup. I'd be a little hesitant to bring them here. But, I mean, Iron Demons really aren't very good against foot characters, actually. Their melee attack is really bad at 31, even with a 20 bonus versus infantry. I think a Lore Master of Hoeth's melee defense might be a little too much for it. Plus, they would be fairly durable at grinding through the armored infantry in the front line. I enjoyed using the Lore Masters of Hoeth when I was playing around with the High Elves. I don't think they're a bad unit. They've got Earthblood, and they've got Flock of Doom and Melkoths as well. They've got, like, all the fun, good spells in the game. You could use that to just heal your front line, and then also, like, drop some flocks to, like, damage some of these, like, ranged tools and skirmishers and whatnot. And then, with 2 Lore Masters of Hoeth, maybe you could bring, Alithanar. Alithanar is a fairly good unit at shooting artillery because he's very long range. He could probably kill the Death Shrieker fairly quick and safely. That might be something worth experimenting with. It's contingent on your opponent bringing the Death Shriek, of course. There's plenty of Chaos Dowie builds that don't bring them at all. Kadai Fireborn out here on the number 1. I think we can fast forward through this. Pretty serious stranglehold on the points right now. Eldeno does get out the Fireborn, but they're not going to have a lot of success with all of the bodies on the field. They're a great unit, of course. I mean, there's plenty of times that they can come out and just grind down wave after wave of powerful unit because of the AP and their flaming attacks. But the efficiency falls off because of the resistance that the Chaos Dowie have. So I just don't think that this is really somewhere that you want to be bringing them in. You're probably better off with just a bunch of Silver Helms instead, or a standard Dragon Prince unit. Instead of the Fireborn, standard Dragon Princes don't have the flaming attacks. They don't have the AP, of course, but you do have the Metal Mage here, who should be dropping Plague of Rust. It does have it available, and Dragon Princes with Plague of Rust cast on Armored Infantry can actually scrap into them fairly well. So you wouldn't even need to commit to this unit. I really do think that you're better off with some other tools. Kadai Fireborn going down here, and Tyrion finally attacking the Iron Demon, and he is wearing it out pretty effectively. It does still have 1300 value, and there is the problem of the terrifying Bale Taurus character. This guy literally has not lost a bit of HP. Thanks to that Chalice. Chalice procced while the Plague of Rust went down on the Kadai Fireborn just a minute ago. Got this guy back up to full. He's got 1800 value. The Infernal Castellan and the Kadai looking to finish off the Lore Master of Hoeth. And like I mentioned earlier in stream, foot characters not nearly as resilient against these anti-infantry monstrous type of units anymore. They actually do kill foot characters in record time as of late. You got the Bale Taurus character landing in here. You got Ogle-Khan's Wolf Boys attacking from the flank. Pretty good value from using all their ammunition, and they're a great pursuit unit. Crushing the Fireborn that remain out on the field. Very unfortunate. 1300 value, though, isn't bad. They are 1850 gold, though. That's the big problem. So, a fairly inefficient performance from them. Tyrion popping Feint and Riposte. You don't really need this, nor do you need Standard Ground. The only thing Tyrion needs is Heart of Avalorn and then maybe Sunfang. I think Sunfang isn't a bad option into factions that have, like, chaff range. Because Sunfang does pretty good damage to low armor units. And it got a little bit better against armor as well. It used to have no AP, and now it's, 33% armor piercing, so 11 damage on the breath is not bad. Gonna add up on something like an Infernal Guard Fireglaive. 19 fire glaives, and the Pale Taurus character just ice the poor little lore master out in the open field. Down he goes. And over here, Fireborn and some Oglacon's boys continuing the rampage. War Lions going down real hard here. Really nice engagement. The Oglacon's boys are such a good unit. Little flimsy on the leadership, but it is much better than your average Wolf Raider at 65. The other guys have 40, which is abysmal leadership, so I think you're almost always including these dudes in just about every matchup because the flammable imbuement, the good range, the good leadership, shielded with much higher armor as well than standard Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. As opposed to the 45, they actually have 60, which does make a pretty decent difference in skirmish phases of games. It's going to be a really nice win for the Chaos Dwarves. Doing a great job of playing the... doing a good job of playing the mainline fight, as well as the late-game mobility struggle. Very well handled there by Renataki. Death Shriek with 1500 value. The Bale Taurus character, 2800 and barely a scratch on him, man. He's gonna be he's got to be pretty sauced up after that game. Kadai were mediocre. They didn't really have a lot to fight, to be quite fair, though. I mean, look at all the mobility in reserve for Eldeno. I do think that mobile play is the way you want to go against the Chaos Dwarves, but please never bring a Tyrannot Chariot against them again. They're not the way. They just get hammered by the artillery too hard. The Death Shriek just hard countered those. And their missiles are magic damage, but they don't have a lot of AP, so not a lot of utility against the Warriors or the Kadai. Against Bull Centaurs, it'd be okay, but you don't see Bull Centaur renders very often anymore. You see Fireborn pretty much exclusively now for the mass that Chaos Tower are bringing. And it does seem like out of all the factions in the game, Chaos Tower are like the one faction that still wants to do big warrior wall builds, because they have so much shooting that they can cushion behind it. That's very high impact. And what mobility they do bring has a lot of heat to it, man. I mean, it was just up trades across the board for Renataki's mobility, outside of this one Hobgoblin Raider. The Oglacons were awesome. These other Hobgoblins did a really good job of hammering down the War Lions. GG. Apparently other people are having problems connecting to one another. Because some of the people in the Faction Wars Discord that I'm in are struggling with connection. Seems, fairly par for the course with this game at times. You know, Cham, it's funny that you say that, because in the game that I lost in the finals tournament, I really should have brought some Skull Crushers. I was lamenting the fact afterwards. Yeah, the Warlion chariots are incredible. They have 2,000 mass. They're stupidly fast also. I'm pretty sure they're faster than Tyrannot chariots. They have 84 speed, if I'm not mistaken. I think we'll do maybe 2 more replays. Yeah, that seems like pretty good timing for me. I will be streaming tomorrow as well. We'll be doing Twist's Legendary Lords Tournament like we have been the last few Sundays. That'll be really fun, and then we'll have a little bit of time, I'm sure, to do some more new player tournament casts then also. So yeah, they got 6,500 HP compared to 4,800. Oh my god, the Tyrannot Chariots. Wow, they've got a majority AP damage with 70 weapon strength compared to 40, which has basically no AP. 82 speed. Tiernach chariots are a little faster, but, you know, it's not that important. The more important measure of success for chariots is their mass. Anything less than 2,000 and the unit is probably going to get stuck and get killed at some point. And you're relying on it being cheap to get value. These more expensive chariots with 2,000 mass are a nightmare to shut down, though. 2,000 is like the sweet spot, in my opinion. They've also got 80 armor, and they have missile resistance, since they're, you know, the trace archetype of High Elf unit. They get the 30% missile resistance just right out the box. Definitely would help with survivability against the... even against the artillery. I mean, artillery is a missile, you know. It's not like he gets some special imbuement that makes it hit harder into the missile resistance. Missile resistance is still going to mitigate the damage. It's just that in artillery against infantry, you know, a cannonball hitting you in the face, just because you have 30% missile res doesn't mean you're not going to die. But for those multi-model units, that would really add up at keeping them alive longer against the Death Shriek rockets. Which do really good damage, but can definitely fall off a little bit if they're not outright killing entities. It's really reliant on that bonus versus large of 500, which is so nasty, dude. Any other notes for the High Elves in that matchup? The Pyramid Company isn't a bad call either. They've got armor sundering, so they can help Rangers in the front line against Chaos Dowie Warriors. 8,000 HP is actually a pretty good pool for these guys. Especially with the missile resistance and the martial prowess. They can actually throw down pretty well. You do have to keep them away from Iron Demons, though. Iron Demons will definitely dance on their graves if you let it. Anyways, enough about that. Let's go see about a couple more replays. Let's try and get some matchups that we haven't seen, although I know we just watched Chaos Dowie. Awfully tempted to watch some Norska. We haven't seen any Coast. There are other replays I've downloaded, but we'll just go off of what we've got here. This is a cool Skaven build. Let's watch this Skaven game, and then we'll do some Chaos Dowie Norska to round it out. Just because I really want to watch Dark Horse play, because I don't think I've seen Dark Horse around in a while. So having them here and now is awesome. Every Carter wagon should have 30 missile resistance. Oh, hell no. We do not need Empire War wagons with missile resistance. I get the idea, but that would definitely tip some of these units over into being truly atrociously overstrong, in my opinion. You know, the War Lions of Trace having the 30% missile resistance is like a tabletop thing, and I think it fits pretty well for the High Elves having a little bit less HP than most factions. Gives them something to keep those units a little bit less teetering on the brink of total collapse on a regular basis.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
But yeah, I don't think that Beastman Razorgore chariots should ever get missile resistance, because they would be completely unmanageable. They're already a near unmanageable unit if played with effectively. Giving them even more resilience would probably take them past the breaking point. Because shooting Razor Gore Chariots is actually the best way to deal with them. They're very frustrating to shut down in melee combat. Skrulk is moving up. He's got Plague, which is a damn good armor-piercing spell. It will be very strong against the Saurus especially, but even against Red-Crested Skinks, or on top of the Chameleon Skinks, it can do good damage, of course. Rod of Corruption and Liber Bubonicus going to be included in here. The Liber Bubonicus was once called the Liber One-Shoticus, because it didn't have limitations on how many uses it was. And you would just drop this on cooldown, and you could just kill everything in the game. I mean, it's an amazing damage item against, like, Ancient Salamanders, or the Fire Priest here. Rod of Corruption is really good against front lines. That does a ton of damage. 125 to 215 per tick, and it does, you know, take out models fairly efficiently too, which is a really big deal because, you know, lizards have a lot of healing that they can throw up if they bring like a Banana Slan or Rev Crystals. Either or gives them quite a bit of flexibility in terms of keeping their units nice and survivable. Looks like the Skaven are just going to be content hanging on to the number 1 right now. They've got the Night Runners out on the flank, and they're just tossing their little ninja stars in against the Saurus Warriors. Very slow going and clearing those guys out. Vicious Burning Head onto the Clan Rats here. One of them getting flattened down to half HP in just one cast. Pretty brutal stuff. The other is very fortunate to have avoided the worst of that. About 210 value out of the Firecaster out the gate here. The Saurus Warriors are getting worn out pretty badly right now. Hellpit Abomination's taking a lot of poke from the Chameleon Skinks. And these Chameleon Skinks are vicious against big targets with low armor. Hellpit A-Bomb is just not loving life right now. We're going to get a beautiful banishment out on the edge of this fight here. A lot of bodies blobbed up with very little in the way of potential friendly fire. In a great rotation, too. This guy is just grinding down all of the Skaven numbers currently. 600 value on the Fire Priest. This is your opportunity to hit a huge Burning Head on this Night Runner line. Oh, the Plague, though. Plague going down on the Saurus Warriors, escaping my attention, and maybe getting away from Hobgoblin here, too. It's a very rare sight to see on the battlefield, and the actual Horned Rat that gets summoned out that does the damage in a radius, it doesn't lock anything in place. But it is a little opaque, and when you're zoomed out and you're, you know, feverishly looking around, it can seem a little bit, innocuous. You know, you're not really, prepared for it oftentimes. That's really the nice thing about it, is the surprise factor. Just usually, see Icket. So, really cool to see somebody going for something, definitely off-meta. Rat Ogres all over the Feral Cold Ones that tried to shut down the Warp Lightning Cannons. The Warp Lightning Cannon with a decent amount of value. It's been poking Geltblom's Terror this whole time, which has gotten worn out pretty badly. There's a lot of monster mash going on for the Lizardmen here. Which, honestly, it's not a bad idea to summon Geltbloms out when there's a Hellpit Abomination on the field. But you do have the Ancient Salamanders out already. You've gone very heavy into this skirmish with Chameleon Skinks as well. Maybe what you need to do as Hobgoblin is play value trade focused a little bit more and not send the Saurus Warriors into such a violent melee fight up in the front line, because they really have just not done well. Skrulk has seen to that with Rod of Corruption and Plague so far. Plague is very overextended there. Like, you can see, like, the Skinks just walk right out of the radius. Such a cool spell, man. Just fades off. out of existence, blinks away. Rat Ogre's engaging on the Geltbloms. Really not that bad for Geltbloms right now. It's not fully surrounded by the Rat Ogres, plus there's a Chameleon Skink Fire coming in. And this is razor close right now. I mean, both of these players hovering within 3,000 to 2,900 right now. But man, the damage going off on the infantry for the Lizards right now is the big problem. Plus the Hell Pit A-Bomb and Eshin Triads find the Ancient Salamander hanging out a little lonely off on the side of the battlefield there, and start chewing in on him. Good response from Hobgoblin to pull it back. No decisive edge anywhere. This is a Burning Head to hang your hat on, although it does rotate a little funky and it doesn't quite make good impact with the infantry here, but it does just enough to lower the leadership though and get a lot of these Skaven units running, which is pretty important. Beautiful plate cast on top of the Red Crescent Skinks. Look how quickly they're dropping models with this on top of them. Dude, Skrulk is going to have like 2,000 value by the end of this game, I think. How is he not getting more? He just nuked the entire unit into oblivion. How does he not have more than 1,100? I feel like the spell casting might be getting accounted for a little bit wonky, man. Seems like he would be having more of an impact than it says. Warp Lightning Cannons finding the Ancient Salamander and doing a pretty good job of hammering it down, but they have to drop and run because the Skeet Cohort are all over them now. Skaven are looking thin now. I do have to say, it's been rough for the infantry, but the mobile elements and some of the Ancient Salamander play has been keeping the weapon teams outside of this Deathglow Bombardier unit at bay. The poor Poison Wind Globes getting run over. The Ancient Salamander hits them right on the head with a nice shot, and then the Red Crested Skinks with their AP just shred those guys on the charge, and they are shattered. No way they're going to be able to rally. Deathglow Bombardier is continuing to poke away, though. Hobgoblin with a little bit of a value lead, and I think this might be where it starts to get a little out of hand for the Skaven. You got another Plague going down, but it's just on the Skink Cohort. You can see it doesn't have a very big radius. The Chameleon Skinks are literally like right here on the edge of it, and they're just not affected at all. It's a very compact area of effect, which is one of the reasons why you don't see it too often. It does have a tendency to not add up tremendously well. Outside of a few lucky casts. Skrull pops his Rod of Corruption, but nothing in here is very vulnerable to that. I think he's also throwing down the Liber Bubonicus, though, because Gelblom's Terror going down very low here. Doesn't have any more casts of that, though. The Hell Pit A-Bomb hits its 10% HP point and does end up exploding into a bunch of Skaven slaves. They're going to be dealt with very quickly by the Lizardmen here. And Skrulk, without the A-Bomb, is just going to have to pull back. The Hell Pit Abomination could have gotten a really meaty heal. It's close to 40%, I think. Maybe it's 25%. I actually can't remember. You don't see Hell Pit A-Bombs ever, ever, ever. Which is why I was so interested to see this game. Daceberg does have a decent pocket of units out here in the back line, and another Warp Lightning Cannon coming out onto the field. It gets Zap Cannon this time. Maybe summoning that out if you had that in reserve. I don't know why you'd bring that and invest in a regular Warp Lightning, because this actually imbues cooldowns onto spells and abilities. Which means the Mage Priest wouldn't have been able to cast a Burning Head every time he gets hit by even one of the shots. You can see it's applying it there. You can see how often it's keeping him blocked out from using any of his spells and abilities. Good dodging. The Mobility Scooter movement there. Coming in pretty clutch for the Lizardmen. Skink Cohort's getting nuked again by the Plague Cast. Beautiful stuff. Skrull with 2,100 value. Look how many kills he has. Oh my god. 379, and a lot of that was on fairly high quality stuff. Here in the late game, it's mostly been skink cohorts, but two Saurus got absolutely shredded earlier this game by it, which was massive. It's definitely what's keeping Daceberg in this game, because otherwise I think it'd be a little bit foreboding right now. Skaven with a little bit of pushback, and the Slam Mage Priest getting killed by the Night Runners with the Shurikens. Hammering that poor guy right in the side of the dome, and he goes down hard, and Warp Lightning Cannon's going to be imbuing the damage by artillery debuff now. And Chameleon Skinks, danger low leadership, and they break with a full, like, 2/3 of their health left. And now we got Ancient Salamanders just running around, just free and easy on the battlefield. Looks like only the one, though. Nonetheless, it will be providing a nice cheap source of terror, which is indispensable against low leadership factions like Skaven. They have resecured the number 2 objective. They've also got the number 1. They really do only need the double cap, and they're actually still pressing a little bit of an advantage on the number 2 while we're talking about it. They've got some clan rats holding up the Saurus warriors. Ashen Triads are trying to finish off this red crested skink unit, which is barely hanging on for dear freaking life. 9 leadership right now. Saurus Shield's about to get nuked out of existence. The Deathglow Bombardiers are probably going to clutch this objective for the Skaven. The infantry problems persisting into the late game for the Lizardmen. They've had so many of their infantry just get nuked by the Bombardiers and Skrulk, and they're not quite able to hang on to the points like they normally are. Usually just bum rushing points with a million skinks is the way the Lizardmen win late game situations like this, but without a good supply of infantry on the number 2, I don't know if they'll be able to do it. Another Saurus Warrior coming out, though. Should be able to get up here before the Skaven take this away. And the number 3 does flip. You do have 2 skinks here that are fairly safe, and the Saurus Warriors with the shields. Not a whole lot to press them back. Poison Wind Globadiers coming out, but it might take them some time to get set up. Warp Lightning Cannon being invested in. I don't think that's the right summon for Dace in this scenario. Your opponent's going to be going for an infantry-focused late-game hold. So you're probably wanting Rat Ogres right now for the shock damage against the Skink cohort for sure. The Saurus are a little harder for Rat Ogres to deal with, but when you've got like a million Skaven Slaves or Clan Rats underneath Rat Ogres, they can fight pretty effectively there. Brutal damage coming down from the Warp Lightning Cannon, and full disengagement from those Skinks and Saurus as the Poison Wind Globes do get in, and a good initial volley into the Saurus Warriors, lowering them down pretty nicely. Plus, you get the Wolf Rats getting a rear charge off here, and they do have the AP and magic damage here. Magic damage not super important, but the AP definitely going to add up onto the 60 armor of the Saurus, who are usually fairly resilient against Hound-type units. Skink cohorts breaking, and the Skaven going to cap this middle point yet again. Is it triple cap? No, it's not. It's
You have the foe's victory point.
still very winnable on 2 objectives for the Skaven. Skrulk is being routed right now. He has faltered finally. Excuse me. He ended up with 2,500 value here, which is pretty incredible for him. No Contaminate from him is a bit of a problem. It's definitely really nice to be debuffing leadership by 10 every time you're making contact with a unit. My god. Damn hiccups. I'm going to try and suppress them so that it's not driving you guys crazy as best I can. Some Skaven Slaves retreating, and Poison Wind Globes pulling back a little bit, as the front line is having a little bit of a rough time for the Lizardmen. Just trying to stay away from the red-crested skinks so that you've got the fire support as you get into the very end of the game here, and make sure that the lizardmen cannot cap any of the objectives back. They are struggling immensely to hang on to the number 2 right now. The skinks get pressed off by clan rats, and a lot of the clan rats are still on the point, contributing cap weight. Skaven slaves do break, but feral cold ones are not going to do very well into the rat ogres at all. Maybe with the Saurus warriors on top of them they can. Warp lightning cannon though, doing a little bit of damage. It's got about 300 value since it got summoned out. I still think the rat ogres earlier would have been better, but maybe this was all that Daceberg had to summon it, and at the very least he's doing a good job of pummeling the infantry and trying to break their leadership and get them off these objectives. And there you go, you get a triple cap, and Daceberg is going to be winning a very back and forth game. This was a razor's edge the entire time. A roller coaster ride, if ever I've seen one.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Oh, the humanity. Or the lack of it here, I guess. All these weird little mushrooms. I never actually noticed these before. They're kind of funny looking. They're very clearly death caps, so don't eat those, guys. That will kill you. And it will be a very unpleasant way to die, too. I love mushroom harvesting. It's one of my more eclectic interests. Where I live now, there's not a lot of opportunities, though, to go out and harvest them, unfortunately. Just not a lot of value in the infantry. Were just punished the entire game. The chameleon skinks with all the value for this lizardman army, pretty much. I mean, 1,000, 1,100, 1,000 here. 441 kills from the fire priest. But Skrulk said mine is just as good as yours and a little bit more valuable too. 2,500 on Skrulk is great stuff. Hellpit A-Bomb was a good distraction tool, and it got 1,200 value at the very least. I mean, it didn't pay for itself. It's 1,600 gold or whatever. So a little bit inefficient, but not too shabby at all from the Skaven there with a very off-meta build. 1,800 actually. I guess I was thinking about the Morskatar's Hellion or something. God, mutant rat ogres are usually the single entities that you see out of the Skaven. They're really damn strong. They do a ton of damage. And with a Packmaster on the field, you actually have a pretty nice source of healing for them with running with the pack. It's not a huge heal, but it is pretty nice. And the Packmasters and the Brood Horrors really aren't that expensive. They're only 1,350 gold. They can definitely keep those guys nice and alive. I'm wondering what Hellpit A-Bomb and a Packmaster on foot can do on just like 1 point. Oh, that's a chieftain. Oh, there's the Packmaster. Okay. You just bring running with the pack, and maybe you could do Shock Collar too. It's got 42 foot speed. It's not that much slower than the Hellpit A-Bomb. So if you needed to reposition the two of them, you could. Might be kind of interesting to look into. Oh, and the nice thing about running with the pack, before we move on to our last replay of the day, is it procs and is persistent as long as it's a, you know, a Molder monster. So you don't have to be in combat or anything. Oh wait, no, it is enabled if in melee. Oh no, they changed it. Okay, well never mind. It's not nearly as good as you might think, but you could probably still bring him on the Brood Horror. That'd be a pretty fun way to run him around with a Hellpit Abomination. I thought it was just activatable outside of combat too, but needing to be in combat changes the dynamic entirely of what you want out of the combo there. Yeah, that was a really fun game, Majin. Skrulk. Yeah, I don't know what you do, though, because how often are you going to see Skrulk? Like, are you really going to be banking on your opponent to bring him? I think against almost any other Skaven player, you would have been okay. You do need bodies for the Skaven matchup because they can Vermintide really well, and that's also a strategy that can be kind of hard to handle. Like, I think the infantry are fine. I think that the Ancient Salamanders, though, you need to be a little bit better on the micro with those guys and focus the weapon teams down quicker. And use them for the terror route in the late game to try and cycle charge in and out of combat to just proc the terror. That's true. Corpse carts and Mortis engines die from 2 volleys from a handful of units. Salamander hunting packs, Khorne throwing axes, Tzeentch Marauder horsemen, Changebringers, and stuff like that, but there's a lot of other things going for the corpse carts and the Mortis engines in terms of survivability. If you gave them a bunch of missile resistance, then it'd be even harder to kill those, and they can already be fairly difficult if you play your cards right. Most of the in-game systems are very well tuned for the game as it stands now. It's not perfect. I don't think you will ever get perfect with this game in this series, but that is part of the excitement of it because patches change the meta up so much. You get all kinds of fun, new, and interesting bugs oftentimes, too. The vampire counts are still a really good faction, even with the vulnerabilities on their persistent healing sources. I'm pretty sure there's still over a 50% win rate on Tittle Tavern. And that's, you know, high-level tournaments being counted. Yeah, 54%. They're still doing damn good. They're crushing some of the better factions in the game, too. Like Beastmen, they're just pummeling into the dirt. Beating Ogre Kingdoms, who are a pretty high-level faction. Kislev's struggling a little bit, but I think they're better than it might look at first glance. Counts don't have a lot of bad matchups. They have a few, but they're pretty few and far between, I would say. The only truly abysmal ones look like, yeah, Grand Cathay makes sense. Chaos Demons also makes sense. Actually, you're beating Slaanesh okay right now, which is a little shocking. Slaanesh with Nakari is usually a little hard for the vampire counts to handle. I've seen some really vicious beatdowns of the vampire counts as of late from Slaanesh players. But even their unfavorable matchups are really not that bad right now. I mean, they're like sitting in the 40s against Khorne, Bretonnia, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, and Nurgle. Bretonnia I'm a little surprised by. I really don't think that's a very good matchup for Bretonnia. Maybe with Comets and Uranus Thunderbolt they can clear out bodies really nice, and then they can use their Knights to kill the carts and the Mortis engines. Oh, and then there's the Peasant Archers with the fire arrows who can do good damage there. Those are kind of hard to protect from Vargeist and Bats and Direwolves, though. I don't know. Counts might not want to bring corpse carts into Bretonnia. Maybe they just go for their own cavalry rush there. I've been rambling enough. We should get our last game in. I'd love to see Chaos Dowie Norska. If it's a really short game, we'll do another, obviously, but look at this build from Dark Horse, dude. I mean, this is guts and gumption if I have ever seen it crystallized into army building form. You've got a full, like, rush build with a bunch of Warhounds. You've got all these throwing axes, and then you've got the Marauder Hunters with the throwing axes, and these guys have Shield Breaker on their missile stat, which you might think, you know, Shield Breaker, I've seen people kind of misunderstand what exactly it does. This isn't just something that affects the Hunters alone. Shield Breaker is an imbuement, so if you hit a Chaos Dowie Warrior with a Shield Breaker volley, then it's going to lower their missile block chance on the unit itself. So that shield that's at 55 will go down to a 31% block chance. And then the Marauder Horsemen with the throwing axes will be able to hit as often as the Marauder Hunters would be. So I like the combo here. Empire for Hire is rocking the Chaos Dowie. We've seen quite a few games from the Chaos Dwarfs today. Why not round it out with one more? With the Evil Empire on the march. Chaos Dowie are a really strong faction, and in a vacuum have a pretty good matchup against Norska, but good Norscan aggression and also persistence, I think oftentimes is enough to wear down the Chaos Dowie. Their Chaos Dwarf Warriors do struggle pretty hard into the mobility. Skinwolves actually do pretty good damage on the charge to Warriors. You've got good tools to shoot at the Bale Taurus characters. Even basic Javelins can hammer pretty well against the 70 armor on this guy. It's pretty resilient, but it's not impenetrable by any means. And you can see Empire leaving his Lord out in the open a little too long. Deathstreak Rocket with a great opening volley onto some of those horsemen, hammering them pretty damn hard. They're trying to hang on to the number 2. Dark Horse staying engaged for quite a while there. Pulling back finally, gonna cede the objective here to the Orc Laborers and the Chaos Dowie Warriors. The Iron Demon steaming in behind all of that, but getting into range of all 3 of these missile units. And a really nice rally from the Marauder Horsemen at the last moment here. Also going to be able to chip away at the Iron Demon. Immediately loses about 1,000 HP from just the one volley. Look at the Hunters chipping in here as well. Doing a pretty good job of wearing out the Orc Laborers. The Horsemen are doing a pretty good job of anchoring too. We could see some Sea Fangs soon. Looks like one has already been utilized. Didn't get a good job, or didn't get a good opportunity. Also didn't do a good job of seeing its impact. But he only has 137 value, so it probably just hit a bunch of laborers, if I had to guess. Blazing Beards of Basharik with their throwing, with their blasting charges, getting into the Marauder Hunters and doing a decent amount of damage. These guys are waddling forward. You can see them struggling to get going. They are actually going to be moving into combat, though. I would probably focus on using another blasting charge volley before they actually get in here, though. But they should win the combat in the melee fight. Marauder Hunters do have good melee attack, but their melee defense is piss poor. And the Blazing Beards have a lot of melee attack with their Frenzy active. Frenzy does wear off, so they only have the 36 to rely on, but it's still enough to get around the 20 here. We get a really nice engagement from our Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. Landing down in here, getting a clutch tear route on one of the Hunters. The other Hunter out on the wings definitely needs to turn its attention over. And I would just focus on getting rid of the Blazing Beards, and you'd be in a pretty good spot, I would think, after that. Iron Demon has gone down. Again, I think it just overextended way too deep back here. Oh, never mind. It's actually piled up on by all these Marauder Horsemen. What the hell is happening here? What is this? Hold on, guys. Is this a bug? Where's this conga line of Marauder Horsemen going? I guess they must have gotten stuck on terrain and the rest of their unit already routed or something. That's so weird. Miststalkers with the longest flank of all time. You probably saw them creeping around the edge of the battlefield there. They do get up into the back line and they just rip the Deathstreak rocket to pieces. The Hound pressure got pushed back pretty quickly. And I think what happened is Empire was thinking, oh, well, the little doggies are gone. I can just keep the sneaky gets back here and they'll be enough to protect from the Marauder Horsemen. And then the Miststalkers appear, you know, from out of the mists, obviously, and then they just get in there with their solid stats. I mean, they got 32 melee attack, which isn't incredible, but their bonus versus infantry is really high, and their melee defense is excellent at 32. They are fighting in Fireglaves in melee combat against Competitve Fireborn, so a really nice position for the Chaos Dowie to lean back on in the back line, but it's a lot of shooting that's being occupied, and will be for another couple minutes at least, I think. Miststalkers are just not going to take a lot of damage from the low melee attack of the Fireborn. In Fireglave's melee attack and bonus versus large, it's honestly pretty weak. Only going to have 34 melee attack against the Miststalkers right now, but Miststalkers look like they're trying to push past the Kadai, and anytime you're pushing back units that you're not engaging against and leaving yourself open for, like, flank charges and then also just damage as they're swinging in against your units as they're pushing past, it's just free hits, right? So the Competitve Fireborn actually able to help finish up the Miststalkers there. And it looks like Wulfric is being hounded down by the Sorcerer Prophet, who's barely alive, but nonetheless is going to be able to chase the Norscan Lord off the field, actually doing it in triple time here. The charge bonus of this big beastie is buffing its speed up, and it's got Wulfric hastening to exit the scene. He is not enjoying his time out on the field. You do still have a pretty firm double cap, though, on the objectives. The number 1 and the number 2 really aren't in that much danger, but the Fireglaves and the Competitve Fireborn are going to be waddling out finally and trying to make a difference there. Hunter Javelins fighting some very tattered Chaos Dowie warriors. Blazing Beards waddling back to the point don't have a lot of value. They've been bullied pretty badly by the missile play. The blasting charges just really haven't been super effective against the very staggered and open formations of the Norscan units. Blasting charges tend to be best against tightly packed units just because obviously the explosive damage is where most of the value can be found on the blasting charges themselves. When units are really spread out, the radius really isn't all that big. So their damage output falls off really badly. You got some Marauder Horsemen poking at the edges of this fight. The leadership is going to be a big issue for Norscan. I think that's what's going to lose them this game. They do have a small value lead still, but Empire, with the push-off of Wulfric, you can see the leadership problems. The Warhounds looking real brutal. Same with the Horsemen, also a very low leadership unit. They've got 48 as opposed to 38 of the War Dogs. Hunters only have 50 as well, so yeah, man, just losing Wulfric is the big problem. If you'd kept Wulfric alive, then I think you would have plenty of time to play for the objective win. Without that, though, the Chaos Dowie Warriors are going to just walk this down. You're going to get sneaky gets, and the Fireglaves coming out. Hobgoblins looking to motor up and cap the points as quickly as possible. Think we can fast forward through this? Probably. Yeah, look at the Kadai just tearing it up, man. Poor little Hunters not having a good fight at all. They did use most of their ammo, but not super efficient value off of them. A little disappointing from those guys, unfortunately. And we finally get some Marauders out on the field. Marauder great weapons trotting out, but not really at a very good time. Wolf Raider bows will be able to work them down and also poke against the Marauder Horsemen, but they do get a little bit lax here on their personal safety, and Norska does actually get into a pretty good fight against them. You're going to see a final chance mutation here. I mean, this guy's been in reserve all game, so I'm pretty sure Norska has all of its WOM available. I guess it's fine dropping it here. You can see it doing a decent amount of damage. You know, 250 value out of such an expensive spell, though, does leave a lot to be desired. You get a really nice burning head from the Sorcerer of Fire. 2100 value on that a big beast of a man. Large and in charge. Big ol' ham hocks moving in. I'm going to be trying to close this game out for the Chaos Dwarves. Just need to keep them safe. You don't want to let them get hammered by any of the horsemen that are out on the field right now, and you just want to try and dive bomb and get some terror routes onto any concentrated Norscan positions. Otherwise, you just want to probably fly them around back here. Dark Horse still holding on to the back point. You just have to hold for way too long, I fear. Although, getting up on the number 2 as all of the units have vacated the premises here isn't looking too bad. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves are going to be turning around here. Very strange spaghetti-like formation coming out from them right now. Just a big, long noodle. The terrain features sometimes can cause some wonkiness like that. And another beautiful burning head. Don't mind dropping it on your own guys, and they have fire resistance and 100 armor. And the Norscan Warhounds break and shatter immediately. Horsemen hang on a little longer, but they're not going to be able to kill these Fireglaves. You did see the Final Transmutation hammering against the Sorcerer Prophet again. He's on his last legs, and I'm pretty sure Norska will have another 2 casts of that here. He should just hide at the back of the map and just hope that his leadership doesn't randomly break. Breaks here, and maybe he rallies on the leadership. Hovering at -3. The exhaustion's tipping him over the brink right now. And as long as he's running, he's not going to get any less tired, so I don't know how you rally him here. Something with an encourage effect that you could like summon out here might stabilize his leadership before he runs off the field. I don't think it's going to matter, though. You can see the number 1 objective is being cleaned up. The Kadai and the Sneaky Gits helping to clear out 1 Marauder. The Iron Demon is running over the Sorcerer Prophet. Against a better combat character, the Iron Demon wouldn't be having nearly as good of a time doing damage, but these Shaman Sorcerers have no armor, no melee defense, very little melee attack. And this thing is just doing its work. Firing the shotguns in here, macerating a couple of horses, gonna make some pretty nice food after all is said and done here. Empire, though, needs to get on top of pushing this last point, because it is triple cap territory. I mean, it's not terrible, but you are definitely needing some very quick movement here from your warriors, and the Infernal Guards definitely need to finish off some of these horsemen, as well as the Famir need to be shot down. I know Famir have all the missile resistance in the world at 50%, but AP damage is AP damage. Even if it's 50% less effective, it's still just 1 unit, and with 2 Fireglaves focusing them down, you should be able to kill the Miststalkers fairly quickly. Chaos Dowie Warriors almost up on the point. Once they get here, I think you'll start to see this really turn over to the Chaos Dowie. Their Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have a little bit of an avenue up onto this point. Good charge from Dark Horse, trying to keep the Chaos Dowie Warriors off the objective right now. More Marauder Horsemen coming in, just a full commit to the mobility this entire game. You've seen, what, 2 or 3 infantry units, and that's about it for Norska. They've had the foot missiles, but I don't really classify that as infantry. Miststalkers starting to take some serious poke. Definitely don't want to leave the Hobgoblins engaged against the Miststalkers. They do have terror routes. that they can throw down, and that could cause some serious problems. You've got, what, 90? Yeah, 90 seconds to work with. A minute and a half. You don't have enough up here. Banking up for these Competitve Fireborn was not the call. They're not going to arrive in time. Very slow unit. Would literally just be any mobility that you can summon out right now that you should throw up onto this #1 objective. Is Dark Horse going to hold on for the win here? The value has been favored for Dark Horse for a while now. I just don't know where all that value is coming from, because every time I look, the Marauder Horsemen just seem to be on the back foot and running away. And same with a lot of the Warhounds. Really, I think it's been the Miststalkers in the late game have been holding up really well, and I guess the early aggro just pushed the Chaos Dowie so far back and kept them so discombobulated that they've been struggling to get this point. But now they force path their units up onto the objective, and they are barely able to secure this objective in time. Just another 31 seconds was all that was needed here for Dark Horse. The Competitve Fireborn are going to get up here, and they're going to be mass that I just don't see Norska being able to move effectively. And then with all of the Hobgoblins, Laborers, and whatever you've got for Chaos Dowie Warriors is going to be enough to just keep the hold going here. You know, maybe the play here was summoning all of the units out of spawn around this point, but instead circumventing around to get up on the #3. There's actually still time for Dark Horse to win this game. If he can cap the #3 here, that would be game, set, match for the Chaos Dwarves. They have full committed onto this back objective of the Norskins, and only left a skeleton force on the #3. Orc Laborers coming out very late. Empire is just floating too many supplies for a late game situation like this. I don't know if it's because there's nothing to summon out currently. I mean, he's got 16 of his 21 units out. I just don't know what the other 4 units are. I mean, maybe they're all being resupplied right now. The Orc Laborers and some Infernal Guard Fireglaves gonna have to do whatever they can to hang on to this, man. If they can arrive in time. Infernal Guard are going to slow this cap up for another few seconds. You've got more Marauder Horsemen coming in, though. And I think this is going to be a... Oh my god, dude. Flip. If they get the flip, then they're probably guaranteed the win. Because they've got another Marauder Horseman coming in. The Competitve Fireborn are taking a long time to get up here. Something worth talking about is the fact that Wulfric did not die. Wulfric routing off the field means that the leadership in the late game here has, you know, stiffened back up for the Norskins. It's only when your lord is dead that there's a perpetual -10 leadership penalty to your units. And that is going to be one of the wildest wins I've seen in quite a while. Dude, the games for the tournament today have been brawls from end to end. There was the first game of the day is the only one that was a clean sweep by one person. All of the other ones have been hanging in the balance for at the least a majority of the game. So people came out with a vengeance today. Really incredible stuff. Oh my god, man. I don't know how Norska held on there. Honestly, I probably would have thrown in the towel after Wulfric routed off the field, and all my units were running like that, but Dark Horse did not panic. That's the mark of a very, very experienced and even-keeled player. And being able to win games in the later stages when you're on the back foot like that with good pressure out of your mobility up onto the objectives is really nice. Oh, the Hashit's Dark Ravagers were in reserve. So that was one of them, and I would guess that there was probably like a sneaky git or something regenerating in the pool. There's just not a lot of mobility here for the Chaos Dwarves. The Norskin mobility was going crazy. Cool beans. We got some coast action. We'll get to coast action tomorrow, guys. I'm getting tired. I can already feel the words escaping me as we speak. I need to go get some food, and I'll rally up tomorrow with another nice, decently long stream like I've got going here. The words escaping. So, I'm going to dip out. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I really appreciate it. I'll catch you guys on the next one. And, well, actually, before I go, I'll link Twist's tournament. That way, if you're here and you're interested, you can just sign up directly onto the tournament for tomorrow. We've got a decent number of signups already. So this should be a bit of a brawl for the last few qualifier spots, because only 2 people are qualifying per tournament. We've already had 6 people qualify, and everyone else is kind of just coming up from behind, you know? Your options are a little bit more limited because of how many of the lords have already been eliminated. And you've still got some really stiff competition looking for the last couple of spots. But lots of newer people. And somebody who's fairly new to the game did actually end up advancing in the last, not the third, it was the second of these tournaments. Meaty Dangler has been playing for a little while now, but did beat some very experienced people to qualify for the special event that Twist is going to be hosting, I guess, after all of the other lords are eliminated. We'll get the top 8 or the top 10, and we'll see who's able to take the number 1 spot with their legendary lord of choice. Check it out then, guys. Till tomorrow, I'm signing off. Take care, GG's, and peace out.